is HECI must fix norms and not fix persons. Who is supposed to go there? Who's the nominee there? Who's the nominee here? But while doing that, HECI must also ensure that the representation of those apex bodies or those four verticals must be as diverse as possible, that it has to have people from different backgrounds, not necessarily just from the central or public institutions, private institutions, industry, professional association, people of eminence from different backgrounds at the apex body to make decisions. So that is very, very important. And I will just finish my observations on these 2 points only by telling you the fact that this is how world over university governance models have emerged, whether it's the Oxbridge model or the Humboldtian model or the North American model or the Japanese model. They have allowed these type of experiments to evolve over a period of time, and only over centuries they found that there is one perfect formula, which again gets changed. So we need an evolving mechanism always. Now let me shift to rankings and ratings and the need for a differential harmony. See, if you look at the national education policy, all the policy making that we've been talking today it traces its origin to the national education policy. But if you look at the national education policy, you do a check in the PDF document or a Word document, put Control F and put ranking. There is no mention of the word ranking in the national education policy. But we are all so euphoric about ranking. So that's point one. Please park it in one corner of your mind. And the other thing is ratings. As much as policymakers give importance to global rankings like QS and Times Higher Education, we are not giving importance to global ratings, accreditations like ABET or IET. When you give some freedom for institutions in top 500 or top 1000 in QS or Times, is there freedom given to universities and institutions who are either ABET accredited or IET accredited? We only insist only NAC. I'm not saying that I'm not holding a brief for any of these global accrediting agencies or ranking agencies, but I just want to point out the difference and then let's see how we can build a harmony amongst themselves. Let me begin with accreditation or ratings, as I called you, because there is a difference between ratings and rankings. You cannot mix both. You cannot say in ranking you are here, but in accreditation you are here. Or in accreditation you are here, in ranking you are here. Both the mechanisms are different and they exist for different purposes. And it is extremely dangerous to merge both and then set your policy dialogues in that direction. Each of them have a different purpose it needs to serve. NEP 2020 now envisages an accreditation mechanism that's more based on public disclosure, not on just entering data in a private portal. NEP 2020 wants the accreditation mechanisms to be outcome-based, not input-based, where you just input data. NEP 2020 envisages an accreditation mechanism that should go away from the present mechanism that's, one fixed formula for all types of institution. We have to contextualize the institutions and then have an accreditation framework that fits into the context for which the institution is existing. There are some specialized institutions. Take, for example, this institution in Northeast region. And if you go and adopt all the rules of accreditation that's very generic and say on certain parameters you are found wanting, definitely it will be found wanting because the purpose of this institution is entirely different. So we need different benchmarks for different types of institutions, and one formula sweepingly applied for all types of institutions for accreditation actually doesn't bring out the differential factors that exist amongst each types of accrediting institutions, each type of institution. Now on the question of ranking, let me also differentiate, since it's on differential harmony, let me also say that is world rankings, global rankings, and then we also have our own NIRF. And the world rankings, QS, Times Higher Education, or the AWRU of Shanghai. All of them, if you put together in one bucket, you will have a set of 8 to 10 parameters. By and large, all the rankings will accommodate 8 to 10 parameters, but individually left to themselves, all of them will not have all the 8 to 10 parameters. Each of them will cherry pick what is actually the purpose for which that ranking exists. If you are going to look at institutions that are ranked based on their research expertise, then I would immediately look at Times Higher Education, or to a certain extent, even AWRU. If you are looking at institutions that are ranked based on what others think that institution is all about, then I will look at QS, because that's more reputation based. So in the last 1 minute that I have, I just want to tell you that the rankings, I just want to be frank, okay? The rankings, you can game the system. That's why I always say ranking is pranking with a silent P. Okay, so you just decide where you have to position yourself. So contrast that with NIRF. Again, the rules of the game are fixed by only those that who actually matter the most. And that's why you see the NIRF methodology still has some flaws, and it's also getting improvised over a period of time, and it needs to get better. And there are some procedural infirmities in NIRF also. But if you look at the broader theme for the conference, is how are we going to have transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat? Then I ask the question myself and to you as well, can we make NIRF a regional ranking instrument, a global ranking instrument? Why can't we regionalize and globalize NIRF? Because I find that there is a lot of potential where NIRF can actually take the lead. And then since you have so many types of education institutions in our country, we can give a formula to the world how to contextualize even global rankings themselves. And I think NIRF should take a lead in that. So I will just rest my case here and take questions later. But let me tell you one thing. Ranking or rating, or probably more applicable to ranking, is a popularity exercise. And since it is a popularity exercise, please be mindful of the fact popularity will come with no invitation and it will leave with no farewell. Thank you very much.
Alok ji.
Namaskar to all of you. Respected Dr. Pankaj Mittal Madam, Secretary General, AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, Dr. J. Ray, Professor Nilima ji, Professor Rajiv Mohan Panji, Subramaniam ji, and other dignitaries in the house. So my people have prepared a wonderful PowerPoint presentation, but I speak my heart, so I'm not going by that. और मुझे जो दिया गया है वो ऑटोनॉमी है. I think only one guy will not be able to understand my Hindi, and I think I can take him for granted. The rest of others will be able to understand it. So मैं जब ऑटोनॉमी के बारे में बात करता हूं तो सबसे पहली बात आती है हमारी मानसिकता क्या है. एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मैं आपको दूंगा. जब से नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 आया तो एक एक्सरसाइज चल रही है कि AICT और UGC को मर्ज किया जाए. जेरे जी आप जानते होंगे. एक कमेटी का, जैसे आप कई सारी कमेटी के मेंबर है, मैं भी एक कमेटी का, हाई पावर्ड कमेटी का मेंबर. और हमारा काम ये था कि जो AICT का इंडक्शन मॉड्यूल है जिसमें वो अपने नए टीचर्स को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी पैटर्न पे UGC के लिए भी बनाया जाए और UGC और AICT को उसको मर्ज कर दिया जाए. अब उस कमेटी में करीब 8 से 9 लोग हैं. मैं उस कमेटी में हमेशा ऑनलाइन मोड में रहा, कभी फिजिकल नहीं हो पाया. तो हर बार जो कमेटी के चेयरमैन साहब थे, 1 घंटे डिस्कशन चले और फिर मैं अपना झंडा गाड़ देते थे कि सर हमारा तो अलग है टेक्निकल एजुकेशन का, हम UGC के साथ इसको मर्ज नहीं कर सकते हैं. फिर हम उनको आधा घंटा समझाए कि सर इसको मर्ज करना है, हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात कर रहे हैं। पूरा दिन चला, अच्छा चले लंच के बाद कर लेंगे। लंच के बाद बैठे, मैं नाम लेना नहीं चाहता हूं, शायद वो जानते हैं इसलिए मुस्कुरा रहे हैं जरे साहब। लंच के बाद फिर बैठे, फिर वही किस्सा। और मैं बताऊं कम से कम 5 मीटिंग हुई होगी आज तक। वो यूजीसी की जो ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी मैडम है, वो अपना सर पकड़ के बैठ जाती है कि एक छोटा सा काम नहीं हो पा रहा। This is the matter of mindset. Are you really ready for getting autonomy, or you are still willing to be governed maximum by the government? मैं येल यूनिवर्सिटी का एक एग्जांपल दूंगा। मैं स्टैनफोर्ड की बात करूंगा। 2% का आजकल लोग दिखाते, 2% में मेरा नाम आ गया, मेरा नाम आ गया। अब स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी बताइए कौन सी गवर्नमेंट से पैसा लेती है? किसी गवर्नमेंट से पैसा नहीं लेती है। ये टोटली उनके एलुमनाई द्वारा गवर्न किया जाता है। एंड यू विल नॉट बिलीव, अभी कुछ दिनों पहले का मैंने उनका स्टेटस चेक किया, दे आर हैविंग कॉर्पस ऑफ $39 बिलियन। हमारे हिंदुस्तान की ऐसी कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी है जिसके पास 39 बिलियन नहीं, $9 बिलियन का कॉर्पस है? मुझे बता दीजिए। ये बात इस बात में आता है कि हम क्या ऑटोनॉमी लेने के लिए तैयार हैं। ये माइंडसेट की बात है। गवर्नमेंट तो दे रही है, और चूंकि कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में आता है, मैं आपको बताऊं आज की तारीख में कुछ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स क्या कर रही हैं, वो यूनिवर्सिटीज के पास से रिक्रूटमेंट का अधिकार पूरा पूरा ले रही है। तो भैया यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर क्या करेगा? यूनिवर्सिटी को वीसी बनाने की क्या जरूरत है? आप ही चला लो ये विश्वविद्यालय। तो बड़ी बात यह है, दिस इज द रियलिटी आई एम टेलिंग यू। मजाक कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ आप कहते हैं ऑटोनॉमी देंगे, दूसरी तरफ कहते हैं आप रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं कर सकते, आपको ये लिस्ट चाहिए, आपको वो लिस्ट चाहिए। तो भैया ऐसा करो, बंद कर दो, ताले लगा दो यूनिवर्सिटी पे। काहे के लिए बनाया आपने? बड़ी बात यह है कि आपकी मानसिकता नहीं है। कुछ मुट्ठी भर पॉलिटिकल लोग, कुछ मुट्ठी पर वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट के लोग पूरे देश के एजुकेशन सिस्टम को कोलैप्स करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। एंड दिस आई एम हैविंग द डे टू स्पीक फ्रॉम दिस वेरी मच इंपॉर्टेंट डायस। ये होना चाहिए जो होने नहीं दे रहे हैं। जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, एक्रेडिटेशन की बात कर रहे हैं। हमने साहब ने कहा आउटकम बेस्ड होना चाहिए। कितने लोग आउटकम बेस्ड करने के लिए तैयार हैं? एनआरएफ रैंकिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, जहां पे 30% पहला ही वेटेज आता है। आपका स्टूडेंट टीचर रेशियो की बात बता दीजिए। हिंदुस्तान में किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन में 1:20 का रेशियो आप कैसे मेंटेन करेंगे? मैं इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंसेस का कोर्ट एंड काउंसिल मेंबर हूं। वहां 500 टीचर है, 4,500 स्टूडेंट है। देश का दूसरा इंस्टीट्यूशन बताइए कहां पर 1:9 का आपको रेशियो मिलेगा? तो ऑटोनॉमी लेने के लिए पहले आपको यह तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी भैया कि आप कैसे ऑटोनॉमी ले रहे हो। तो वो चीज करने की आपकी मानसिकता नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट ने आपको ऑटोनॉमी बहुत अच्छे से देने की कोशिश की है। 19 जनवरी 2013 को गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक प्रोमलगेशन आता है, जिसमें कहते हैं कि जो इंस्टीट्यूशन गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट लेते हैं उनको कंपल्सरी एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए जाना पड़ेगा। आज उस बात को 10 साल लगभग हो गए, और 10 साल बाद भी आज भी हार्डली 20% ऑफ द हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर एक्रेडिटेड बाय द NAC। व्हाट अबाउट 80% ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशंस? आप यूरोप में जाइए, आपने 2005 में गैट्स पे साइन किया, जनरल एग्रीमेंट और ट्रेड इन सर्विसेज, और जिसमें आपने हायर एजुकेशन, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन, सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन, सारे एजुकेशन को आपने ग्लोबल मूवमेंट के अंडरटेकिंग में लेकर के आए। और आज भी 2005 के बाद आपने कहा कि हम फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटीज को इंडिया में एंट्री देंगे, आज तक नहीं दे पा रहे। उसके पीछे कहीं ना कहीं आपकी तैयारी में कमी है, और आपको इस बात को समझना पड़ेगा कि अगर आपको परफॉर्म करना है तो आपको अपने आप को कैपेबल बनाना पड़ेगा। आप हर चीज में गवर्नमेंट से गवर्न होना चाहते हैं, और जब काम करने की बात आती है तो नियम कानून बताते हैं, और जहां परफॉर्म करने की बात आती है वहां पर आप नियम कानून बताते हैं, और फिर कहते हैं कि हमें ये बेनिफिट चाहिए, वो बेनिफिट। पहले आप अपने आप को डिसिप्लिन करिए, पहले आप अपने आप को उस लेवल पर लेकर के आइए कि गवर्नमेंट आपको पूरी ऑटोनॉमी दे रहे तो उसका यूटिलाइज कर सके। दुनिया भर की बातें मेरे पास पड़ी हुई हैं। ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स की बात मैं कर रहा हूं। कनाडा एक देश ऐसा है, पूरी दुनिया में 469 एक्रेडिटेशन एजेंसीज है। 469, 175 देशों में एक्रेडिटेशन का काम चल रहा है। कनाडा जैसा बहुत बड़ा देश है, वो कहता है हमारी एक्रेडिटेशन एजेंसी नहीं होगी, वो अमेरिका से करा। बहुत जगह पे प्राइवेट एक्रेडिटेशन एजेंसी है, बहुत जगह पे गवर्नमेंट एक्रेडिटेशन एजेंसी है, मगर क्या हम उनको फॉलो कर रहे हैं? ऑटोनॉमी लेना अच्छा लगता है, बट एट द सेम टाइम यू हैव टू बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल इन ऑल दैट सेंस। That is the only thing I wanted to share with all of you. I hope my words might have been, a bit harsh. Many of you may not be agreeing with that, but this is what I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alokji. So what we will do is we will go with question and answer session, and then I will request our co-chair here, Rajiv ji, to finally summarize. So we will start with question and answer sessions. We will take 3 questions and then at a time, and then I will request panelists to answer them so that there is some harmony and there is a real dialogue which can happen rather than otherwise there is a monologue on either of the sides. So we have how many? Half an hour? Half an hour. We have half an hour for discussion. So we will take the first question.
Yeah, good morning and very thought-provoking session. All the 3 speakers, I must compliment them for a very, elaborate at the same time, very informative talk. I think, I would agree that ranking and accreditation or ranking and rating, I think, I don't know whether to say it that it is necessary evil or something like that. And having said that, I think we need to have some sort of a uniformity in that, because in the university system or higher education system, better part of the time is spent on the preparing all the documents and submitting all these. Sometimes it's done online, but the online portals are not very user friendly. And then I think somewhere we're losing the focus. I think we're trying to submit or we're trying to be only looking at the ranking and accreditation and not at the larger context of maybe how do we engage the learners, how do we improve the teaching learning process, how are we able to focus on some meaningful research and so on. So I think somewhere there has to be a distinction, somewhere we have to draw a line that, okay, this much is fine for ranking and rating and how do we go about it?
We got it. Next question.
Yeah.
So thank you, panel. It was a very good discussion. The chair as well as all the speakers, they spoke very well. I have some suggestions with regard to HECI and regarding ranking and rating. I do understand that these are 2 different domains, 2 different types of issues. But nevertheless, I think there has to be some positive correlation between the 2. It cannot be that in rating you are very low, in ranking you are very high, or vice versa. So some correlation has to be there. And if that correlation has to be there, that means the way we are rating, because both are checking the performance, both are. So the way we rate or the way we rank, there has to be some uniformity. So because positive correlation has to be there, otherwise it looks very absurd that A++ institution is ranked very low. So it looks absurd. With regard to HECI, I will have some observations, which because the recommendations of this conference will also go to the Government of India. So what should be there in HECI? What is the perspective of the universities which AIU is governing that I'm talking about? First and foremost is HECI is a body which will be an overarching body. So why are we separating legal and medical out of it? So even if we say that medical is a bit different, but legal should certainly be a part of HECI. So first recommendation should be that legal education should be a part of HECI. Second, when we saw the HECI document, these institutions of national importance they were not part of HECI. So that is again, when we are talking of a overarching body, INIs should be a part of HECI. Thirdly, AIU is a body which is representing around 936 universities, and HECI is made for the higher education system, but there is no representation of AIU in the HECI or any of its verticals. So it is important that a representative of AIU should be there in the HECI so that we can be a voice of the universities for the HECI for which they are built. We are the major stakeholders of HECI. Next, I think in HECI or in NEP, we are talking about a lot of autonomy and independence to the universities. Similarly, all the 4 verticals of HECI should be autonomous and independent. They should not be depending upon the HECI for everything. The document in which we saw in that the power to regulate, the power to issue directions, all the powers were vesting with HECI and none with the 4 verticals. So I suppose the 4 verticals should be more powerful and HECI should be having some sort of a non-executive power, which maybe the purpose of coordinating and all. One more thing is that HEGC versus NRF. Means when I say HEGC versus NRF, in Hackey, we are saying that there will be one council which will be giving grants to everybody. But parallelly, we are talking of NRF. So will HEGC also go on NRF, or NRF and HEGC will be two independent organizations?
Will.
So that is something which needs to be there. That is all. Thank you.
Any
Yeah.
question on ranking?
Yeah.
Because earlier there were two comments related to ranking. So we can
Yeah.
take third comment related to ranking, and then panelists can actually answer, all the panelists can contribute on ranking, so that we settle that issue, and then we will go for the next issue.
Can I go with this?
Okay, I have different question.
Can I comment on the state autonomy? I'll give you some examples, very briefly. You rightly mentioned that in many states, now the recruitment will be done by the Public Service Commission. And the teachers where they have retired, new teachers are not recruited. I think somewhere in the country should take stock of how many faculty positions are lying vacant in all universities of the country.
Yeah.
When you talk of excellence, you talk of so many governing structures and everything. Not only this, I was in a selection committee of Vice Chancellor where the Honorable President was the governor. Teachers told me that not only that the government will recruit the faculty, next step would be they will transfer teachers from a college to the university, from the university to the college. If you are a physics teacher doing some research, and if somebody is not happy with you, will transfer to a remote college and research is gone. That is our model of excellence. I was in selection committee in Punjab. When the candidates were selected, the Vice Chancellor, who was earlier in the UGC, he said, I would like to meet the candidates. And he said, everybody was 70,000, 80,000, 90,000 salary. He said, sorry, for 3 years, your salary would be only 19,000 rupees. And when you come to me, after deduction, you will get 16,000 something for 3 years. The grades will be given to you. That also 6 after 3 years. And for 3 years, you survive on that salary. I was a Vice Chancellor of AIU Delhi, an institution of excellence with a 3.59 score, NIRF number 2 for all the years in law. I was called by the government of Delhi for making a presentation at the institution of excellence. So when I went there, the honorable, the honorable education minister said, Dr. Singh, I agree with you. You have done a fabulous job. Your institution is we are proud of. I said I need money for expansion and to sustain myself. 80% reservation करेंगे तो होएगा नहीं तो आपको मैं कोई पैसा देने वाला नहीं. If this is your model of minimum government, I take my seat. Thank you very much.
Sir, I don't have directly associated with the ranking, but it is.
We will take it. We will take it. We have time.
Okay.
So, anyone of you would like to talk about ranking?
We are sitting on this side also.
We will take it.
थैंक यू रणबीर सर, आपका क्वेश्चन बहुत ही पर्टिनेंट था. और रैंकिंग और एक्रेडिटेशन में एक चीज जो बड़ी बात मुझे समझ में आती है, दैट वी शुड ट्राई टू, जैसा कि शास्त्रा यूनिवर्सिटी के सर ने बोला कि आउटकम बेस्ड होना चाहिए, इनपुट बेस्ड नहीं होना चाहिए. जैसे एक छोटी सी बात मैं बताऊं, जो मैंने टीचर स्टूडेंट रेशियो की बात बताई. अभी सीयूईटी के थ्रू हमने एडमिशंस किए. आपको पता है लास्ट टाइम जितने भी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर होंगे, अभी नीलमा मैडम है, जो भी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के, चूंकि सीयूईटी के थ्रू हुआ और एडमिशन होते होते नवंबर दिसंबर आ गए, तो ज्यादातर बच्चों ने एडमिशन दूसरी जगह ले लिया. This is the reality that most of the students went to the other institutions, private institutions, state universities and others. In the meantime क्या हुआ कि जो गवर्नमेंट की, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की यूनिवर्सिटीज है और जिन्होंने सीयूटी के थ्रू एडमिशंस दिया, उनके अप्रोक्सीमेटली 20% सीट्स वैकेंट रह गए. नाउ 20% सीट्स वैकेंट रह गए, ठीक है, तो उतने जो उन्होंने सीट्स दिया था सीयूटी में, और उसी के हिसाब से वो टीचर स्टूडेंट का रेशियो निकाला गया. अगर आउटकम बेस्ड अगर हम बात करें तो जो एक्चुअल नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनके साथ अगर टीचर का रेशियो निकालें तो आपका रेशियो तुरंत ऊपर चला जाएगा. बट सी, वी आर नॉट फ्लेक्सिबल. In other countries, in other parts of the world, you go, they will immediately correct themselves and will come to the actual number of positions. एक चीज ये है. दूसरी बात जो अकाउंटेबिलिटी की जो बात आती है, जो आपने कहा टीचर सिलेक्शन ट्रांसफर की, there are three basic fundamental duties of teachers and which has been predominantly expressed and reiterated time and again by the UGC document that a teacher has to teach, research and has to do extension activities. हम क्या करते हैं, केवल क्लासरूम में जब मैं बात करता हूं तो टीचर कहता है I have completed my course. That is not the only duty you are assigned. You have to do the research also. Then you have to go for the extension also. You have to go for the outreach activities also. And you have to prove your relevance. कितना बड़ा माइंडसेट का शिफ्ट आता है जब गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम से आदमी प्राइवेट में जाता है, उसकी परफॉर्मेंस. आप तो जेरे साहब प्राइवेट सेक्टर से आ रहे हैं और आप देख रहे हैं, तो जब गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट का शिफ्ट होता है, देखिए बड़ा फर्क पड़ जाता है. सो वी हैव टू समवेयर decide about the accountability of the teachers and those who are leading the institutions. And the other thing which I wanted to mention in my discussion, the hegemony, the leadership, the ability of the leader who is capable of taking the institution from one level to the next level. ये इसमें important चीज है. Thank you.
So, you want to add something?
I'll just quickly respond to the points that have been raised. See, every institution today, we are mindful of the fact that the leadership is behind rankings, faculty is behind publications, and student behind placements. So the pressure on the institution to satisfy all the stakeholders is very important. And each of this is related in one way or the other, either with ranking or with accreditation. So that is why I've always been suggesting that in the absence of an acceptable creative mix formula that integrates ranking and rating, it is dangerous to conclude that both are interrelated. We know that it needs to be interrelated, but in the absence of a correlational mix between ranking and rating, it is unsafe to jump to conclusions. And that's the point that I wanted to make very clear. The second thing was talking about flexibility in rankings. Now, NIRF needs to open its eyes because there are still a lot of methodological flaws in it that is actually distorting certain positions to favor. I'm not saying to favor, but the formula is in such a way that only certain types of institutions can actually be showcased. So that needs to be fixed. As I say, it is essential for NIRF. Equally essential it is for Times and QS. I'll just give you one example. Now, internationalization is a very important parameter in Times or QS. Now you have opened up online education. Will Times and QS accept international faculty and international students taking online courses delivered either through Swayam or some of our own portals, and then accept that to be a parameter that can be scored on internationalization in their own ranking metrics, or will they still insist physical presence of faculty and students in their own campuses? Now, these are questions that we need to ask ourselves and move forward.
So when it comes to rankings, I have been doing rankings for about 4 years, and I actually look at data which comes from institutions. So initially when we started actually looking at ARIA ranking and creating a framework, no such framework existed. I agree with the panelists and some of the suggestions which came that we have to actually focus only on the outcome. But when we started discussing with large number of institutions, the difference in outcome was very, very minimal. And in some cases, there was no visible, really good measurable outcome, which could be compared with the international. For example, if you really look at some of the international rankings when it comes to outcomes. So number of publications, number of citations is which we can easily answer. But number of patents filed or granted, yes, it can be certainly done. Conversion of patents or transfer of technologies to industry. Hardly any data which comes from universities, or revenue generation through the commercialization. So these are some of the outcomes, but when you really start looking at these outcomes, the data is very low, means the amount of data which you get is not really good. So then we actually went back, okay, still we have to evolve. And we said, okay, some component could be input-based parameters, some component could be process-based parameters, and certainly we have to stress on outcome-related parameters. So now, currently, if you look at NRIF rankings or other kind of rankings, they cover all the three aspects: input, process, and output. And it actually gives, this input and process parameters actually gives good impetus or encouragement to young institutions who don't have really great output to show or outcome to show. From those perspective, yesterday also we were talking about some actually raised an issue related to whether we should have a separate category for emerging institutions, new institutions, So these input and process parameters actually help those kind of institutions. And if you really look at NRIF, the way it has evolved, initially there were only 2 or 3 categories. Now there are about 7 and 8 different categories which are there. Yes, it's a long way to go. We have to certainly learn, and we have to have our own model actually, and not rely on the Western model. Because what happens if we don't do our rankings and actually take our rankings internationally, we will be governed by the rankings like QS ranking or Times ranking, and they will start pushing their agenda. I don't know how many of you will be aware, in QS ranking, there is one parameter called as perception. And it has 40-50% weightage. So what is perception? What other people think about my institute. Now, who are the other people? Anyone could be the other. And I select the people. Means the agency selects the people. So now this, and it has a 50% weightage. Now you can easily game the system. So there are a lot of questionable parameters which are certainly there in ranking. And that is the reason we have to evolve our own ranking. And yes, it's a journey and we are moving in right direction. So we will take other questions apart from ranking. You want to add something?
I'll just address Dr. Pankaj Mittal's concerns. And I think she has raised the proper concerns since HECI is right now at the germinating stage. And she talked about what should be the perspectives of universities, and I think we'll come up with some good ideas. With the model which has been proposed, the legal institutions, the PCIs, the VCIs, they have all been included. I do not know how far they will go ahead. But as per the present proposal and also the NIIs, like I showed in my presentation also, I do agree that there should be a representation of AIU, because AIU is so closely concerned with higher education. And during the past years, we have seen its very active role, and we should definitely give it as a recommendation. One thing which I found missing, and that is why I did not even touch it, and I would like to have your comments also. That is, what about the funds? The funds, who will be giving those funds? I mean, will it be the UGC? Because somewhere I also read that it will be taken up over by the ministry. So when we are talking about autonomy, because the HECI is going to be a unified system, so this system should also be simple. And the funds where the universities are applying for different types of funds, many a times they apply for funds and the whole year goes away, the sanction letter is given and the grants are released at a very later stage. So this should be a very automated, because if we need results, if we need quality, then I think this should also be looked into. So maybe we can add these points also.
Next set of question. Yes.
Yeah. May I now speak?
We have requested him. After that, you can. No, we have already, he's standing. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity and wonderful presentations which you have given. I have some observations and some questions. One is the new education policy has been drafted before COVID. And 2020 we announced NEP. And post-COVID, the world has changed, to which I call it as beta mode. We are in beta mode. So much has changed, which needs to be captured and needs to be integrated into the higher education system in our country. And therefore, we need to think very, very differently even about the new education policy 2020, which we have announced. Number two, this is number one, we are in beta mode and therefore we will have to think very, very differently. And so many changes which we will have to capture and implement them. Second, I'll just finish within 1 minute. And second thing is, now, if the document accepts that Higher Education Commission of India is the topmost body, and if without its existence, if we are trying to implement new education policy, national education policy, by sending circulars and regulations, will that not create confusion in the minds? Because HECI will come and then they will again look at it differently within or outside, and then they will also try and implement it. That is going to create confusion. And therefore, I think, why can't we wait, or why can't we as a body tells the government of India to first come out with Higher Education Commission of India and then let us implement, because there is confusion.
We got your question.
I'll just 30 seconds last.
No.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Please, we got your question. No, we will give others.
Just 10 seconds I will tell. And we need to look at the rural areas where whether we will be able to implement that in the Gadchiroli or tribal districts like Meghalaya. We need to think about it, rethink about it, and then give suggestions to the government.
Thank you.
Sir, my concern is about the teachers taught ratio. Earlier, we used to have the Ministry of Education. After some time, it became Ministry of HRD, Human Resource Development. We adopted, we considered, or we decided that humans are also production or agencies.
Yes.
Now we have again come back to Ministry of Education. And since my university is under the Ministry of Culture, Nalanda Mahavihar, the subjects of culture, humanities and arts, we find very not meager number of students sometimes, most of the times. And we are told that since 1:20 should be there, so what should we or our institutions like ours do about there are no posts? And sometimes I have argument with the people at the helm of affairs in the ministry. They say, no, since there are not number of good students, good number of students, posts cannot be given to you. How can a teacher teach 16 subjects or like that, or two teachers only? So that is a very serious concern, and all of us, maybe except science and commerce, we are facing this problem. So I would like to know from you.
I will just answer. I will answer his question first. So basically, post-COVID, so in NEP, there is huge emphasis on using digital platforms and digital technologies and so on and so forth. And now with advent of 5G technology, and I don't know yesterday whether you checked or whether you read, now even the roadmap for 6G is also announced. Huh? So this was yesterday's, and actually basic pilot systems are in place for 6G. So there will be again further push for using technology or integration of technology within education sector. And again, some of you will be certainly aware that Ministry of Education has created a new cell within ministry called as NETF. Professor Anil Sasrabuddhe is the chairman for that cell. And this NETF cell is actually looking at the technology platforms required for NEP. The full form of NETF is National Education Alliance for Technology itself. And there are about now 20 people working in that cell to just look at what kind of technology platforms we will require for successful implementation of NEP. Alokji, you would like to add?
Velukar sir, I'll come to first your question. In 2019, NEP draft was floated, and draft was of approximately 165 pages. And the policy was declared in 2020 on 29th July, post-COVID, 2020, 29th July, and the total pages were approximately 65. Now I'm coming to 1 year later. On 11th March 2021, यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट्स कमीशन ने एक रेगुलेशन अपनी वेबसाइट पे डाला जिसका नाम था एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट रेगुलेशन, जिसमें केवल 10 क्लॉजेस थे, जिसमें ये बताया गया कि बच्चा देश के किसी भी कोने से बैठ करके पढ़ाई कर सकता है, वो गढ़चिरौली में रहता हो, मेघालय में रहता हो, तमिलनाडु में रहता हो, कहीं भी रहता हो। मजेदार बात यह है कि एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट में 40% क्रेडिट्स आप ऑनलाइन रिसोर्सेज से अर्न कर सकते हैं, वेदर इट इज मूक्स, स्वयं प्रभा, अर्पित, whatever channel you are going for, you can earn up to 40% credits from the online resources. Second thing, 70% तक क्रेडिट्स आप अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशन से ले सकते हैं। कोई जरूरी नहीं है आपके गढ़चिरौली में गोंडवाना यूनिवर्सिटी में अगर बच्चे ने अपना एबीसी में एडमिशन लिया तो ही इज सपोज टू अर्न मैक्सिमम 30% क्रेडिट्स, 70% he can earn from anywhere, from online resources, from JNU, जामिया मिलिया, any of the university. तो एक बात तो ये हो गई, 500 डिजिटल चैनल्स आ रहे हैं। लाभ साहब आपके प्रश्न का जवाब दे रहा हूं, ठीक है, बैद्यनाथ लाभ जी नवनालंदा से आ रहे हैं, 500 डिजिटल चैनल्स आ रहे हैं और डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट आ रहा है, हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल आ रहा है, जिसमें देश के कोने कोने में बैठे हुए बच्चों को पढ़ाई की सुविधा मिलेगी और बच्चा अपने सुविधा के हिसाब से पढ़ेगा। उसको रात को 11 बजे का टाइम है तो 11 बजे बैठ के पढ़ाई कर सकता है वो। एंड आई टेल यू what were the basic objectives of the NEP 2020? एक्सेस, यानी देश में हर आदमी को हायर एजुकेशन तक की एक्सेस हो। इक्विटी, हम जात पात, कास्ट, क्रीड, लैंग्वेज, रिलीजन, इसका कोई भी भेदभाव ना हो, इक्विटी हो, राइट। क्वालिटी, आप कुछ भी पढ़ाएंगे नहीं चलेगा। द क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, जिसको अब जाकर के लोगों को पता चल रहा है कि अगर आप परफॉर्म करेंगे तभी आप रिलेवेंट रहेंगे, नहीं तो बच्चा आपका लेक्चर अटेंड नहीं करेगा। एंड ऑन पेज नंबर 8 of NEP 2020, it is very clearly mentioned that the objective of this education policy to produce well-rounded graduates. एक बच्चा पढ़ाई करने के बाद फिर भी बेरोजगार रहे, ऐसा नहीं है। After graduating from any course, either diploma or degree or postgraduate or certificate, he should be capable of earning his livelihood. He should be capable of leading his academic life, professional life, economic life, financial life, or whatever he is doing. अब बच्चों को दास नहीं बनाना है। We have to come out of Macaulay's mentality, Charles Wood's mentality, and this India is a new India. That is why we call this education policy is going to serve all the requirement and necessaries. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have not.
Okay, yeah, I would just like to appreciate the concern for rural, people. Sir, I'm just appreciating your concern for rural people, how national education policy is trying to reach out to the unreached people, especially in a country like India, where we almost 68% population is living in rural areas. It's a real concern. But let me give you one example that while working in National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, when we conducted training program and we offered up programs online, you'd be happy to learn that people from Mizoram and Nagaland, which were very really where this things were inaccessible, they went to the hilltops to find connectivity and they attended our programs. So what I'm trying to convey is that now people are motivated. People, I mean, 21st century is the century of knowledge. So people are, so demand side is ready. And as Dr. Jere mentioned that now we have come out with 5G, now 6G. So demand and supply, they are in perfect sync. So that will not be a constraint in future. This is what I wanted to just convey.
This is a quick response. Yes, we are all very empathetic to the fact that this HECI is going to be the prime mover of all the actionable agenda in NEP 2020. So the present hit and run mode of issuing guidelines, regulations, and asking institutions to do this, that is actually, misaligned to the concept of autonomy. So you're very right that now is the time that you should ask institutions to develop an autogenous model that aligns with NEP 2020 themselves, than giving these short-term regulations and guidelines. And once HECI is there, then it fixes the issues permanently. I fully agree with you. And at the same time, your question of, there are many things that have happened post-COVID, and we need to factor that. And that is why I always say that this NEP 2020 has a shelf life of at least 30 years. So it will definitely evolve itself as we move forward. And I just don't want to believe any university that comes and says, we have implemented NEP 2020 lock, stock and barrel. No university can implement NEP 2020 just like that overnight. It is a vision document that is having a shelf life, as I said before, for 30 years, at least. So it is an evolving process and universities will gradually actually achieve that. You're absolutely right. HECI is the need of the hour. On the second issue, a slight disagreement with Dr. Jere is the new institutions don't have a mechanism to reflect the progress that they are making in the existing ranking framework. And that is why I say in your NEP 2020, you have clearly said there are going to be only 4 types of institutions, the Meru, and then the research universities, research and teaching universities, and then degree granting autonomous colleges. If that's going to be the 4 type of institutions that are going to exist, then your NAC or your NIRF must have clearly 4 different types of accreditation framework or ranking framework so that institutions can relate better to one framework than all institutions. Because in NIRF, you are normalizing everything. So when you normalize everything, an institution that honestly progresses gets beaten by this normalization. So that has to happen.
So we will take last set of 3 questions and then we will conclude.
Yeah. Sir, I'm VK Ahuja. I'm Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Assam. There was a question which was raised by Madam Pankaj Mittal and it was responded by Professor Nilima Gupta. It is with respect to legal education. Legal education has been dropped from NEP, though the broader principles of NEP are applicable to all professional education, including legal education. And Madam said that legal education is a part of HECI.
Yes.
But I just wanted to know if it has been dropped from national education policy. Is it a backdoor entry that you are just trying to bring in legal education? Because there are 4 verticals: standard settings and the grant and accreditation and otherwise. There are 4 verticals where you are making legal education as a part. Did you had a discussion with BCI? Because as a Vice Chancellor of NLU and as all the law colleges, they have to abide by the BCI regulations. And let me tell you that nothing has happened with respect to implementation of NEP in the legal education. Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, should I speak?
Go ahead with your question. Thapa ji.
Thank you very much.
हो गया उनका.
I just wanted to have some observation on this Higher Education Council of India. Whether it's means a need of the time that has been envisioned by politicians or bureaucrats or academicians. It was so coincident, like in Nepal also, Nepal government is putting a bill of a higher education council. And maybe it's almost similar with the four verticals. That in Nepal's higher education history, the University Grant Commission is also not that old, and accreditation is only 10 years. I just wanted to know if it is a drive by the donor agencies, or in India having such a long history and then with so many academic institutions, it's a need of the time. Just wanted to, because in our case, sometimes as the General Secretary of AIU has mentioned, the universities are excluded when this bill is being prepared.
Last question.
Sir, sir, can I speak?
Yeah.
We are talking about national education policy, and most of the institutions in this country, I can say that they are trying to implement national education policy, and most of them have started. And while we are converting the humanities, basic science and commerce 3 years degree into 4 years, we don't find any issue in that, because this country is having two types of degree, 3 years and 4 years in undergraduate program. But while we go to the postgraduate program, the 1 year postgraduate program, when now students have started asking, because we have already implemented 4 years undergrad program, that there is perhaps no clear-cut guidelines from Government of India that how it will be considered 1 year postgraduate program. Most of the students are asking about that, whether it is being enlisted in whether NET will be accepting us, whether GATE will be accepting us. So that question is coming. And second, we all are discussing about the credit banks, the credit transfer among the institutions, but there is no such clear-cut guidelines or policy that how it will be done by the institutions and the universities. Because being little bit in the premier institution in the country, lots of questions are coming, how we can get enrolled and how to get the degrees. Now, Alok sir was telling that the students can take, rural students can take 40% of the credits from the rural areas, then they can come to the university. But how they will come to the university? Who will be giving the degree? Where they will be enrolled? That I think.
We'll just take up the questions one by one.
Yes.
We appreciate your concerns for higher education. Now, I'll just address this question which was raised regarding inclusion of legal education. You're right that it has not been included in NEP. And it's not been included. But regarding saying that it is a backdoor entry, I mean, since we are now going to have a new policy or a new bill which is going to come up. So in that we propose it, as it has been proposed, that BCI is going to be taken up. So this is the current situation there. And of course, if we talk about whether this creation of HECI, it is political or it is academic or it is due to donor agencies, I would like to confine my answer that it is a government policy, because now it is the need of the hour and people are thinking that now we should have a unified policy which can take into concern all the regulatory issues, all the issues concerned with accreditation, all the issues which are concerned with standardization of education, and also the funding issues.
नहीं, there are two questions. पहले मैं आपको पहले क्वेश्चन का आंसर देता हूं. 3 साल का बच्चा अगर कोर्स करता है, वो नॉर्मल डिग्री लेता है, चौथे साल में जाता है तो उसको ग्रेजुएशन विद ऑनर्स मिलेगा या ग्रेजुएशन विद रिसर्च मिलेगा. और अगर 4 साल का कोर्स उसने ग्रेजुएशन विद रिसर्च किया है पीजी करने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो डायरेक्ट रिसर्च में एडमिशन ले सकता है, पीएचडी प्रोग्राम में ले सकता है। 1 ईयर का पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन कब आएगा? जब उसने 4 ईयर का कर लिया है, एंड इट इज नथिंग बट द कैलकुलेशन ऑफ नंबर ऑफ क्रेडिट्स। ये बात पूरी हो गई।
Yes.
दूसरी बात आती है कि बच्चे को कौन डिग्री देगा, कैसे देगा, क्या करेगा, ठीक है। देयर इज ए होस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन जहां पर बच्चा एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट में अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कराता है। आई गेस यू हैव नो प्रॉब्लम विद हिंदी इफ आई स्पीक इट।
Yes, I don't.
There's no problem. Otherwise, I'll start speaking in English. I love to speak in Hindi. That's why I'm.
Yes.
The problem वही है ना,
Sir, that I understand.
Let me clarify because many of the audience might be interested in that. तो जो क्रेडिट है वो जहां पे बच्चा अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लेता है, वो इंस्टीट्यूशन उसको डिग्री अवार्ड करेगी आफ्टर रिडम्पशन ऑफ क्रेडिट्स अर्न्ड एंड डिपॉजिटेड इन द एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट। और इसका पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिजी लॉकर पे बना हुआ है। अब वो मान लीजिए 10 इंस्टीट्यूशन से अपने क्रेडिट अर्न करता है, तो वो होस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन के पास नहीं जाएगा। That will go to the academic bank of credit, and academic bank of credit will transfer those credits to the host institution. And अब दूसरा क्वेश्चन आता है कि उसको डिग्री किस चीज का देंगे। हो सकता है उसने ज्यादा साइंस के कोई पेपर्स पढ़े हों, ज्यादा कॉमर्स के पढ़े हों, टेक्नोलॉजी के पढ़े हों, आर्ट्स के पढ़े हों। There is a very clear cut provision. The degree may be awarded under the name of Bachelor of Liberal Education or Master of Liberal Education. So I guess you understand, and your question is satisfied.
Sir, my question was if they are being allowed to do the research after bachelor's, 4-year bachelor's. So while coming to the requirement of eligibility criteria of masters in the recruitment.
That is under
what will be
pipeline,
their
madam.
status?
That is under pipeline because it will take time. This is quite a big transformation
Yes.
of higher education system in India. So it will not happen overnight. It will take some time.
Sir, another one question was that we all are focusing on internationalization of education, and my university, perhaps we are having very large number of foreign students in the campus. But the government is coming with any policy of making the visa policy or working in this country for the foreign students.
Yeah, yesterday there was an entire session dedicated to internationalization. I think
Yeah.
you should have attended that because we cannot answer all the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before I request Rajiv ji to go for concluding remarks, I will just share with you in 1 minute where we are heading and what we wish to achieve when we are looking at HICI or non-HICI or any kind of agencies. I have done a very small experiment in last 2 years. Whenever I go to colleges or institutions, I actually ask students why you come to colleges, and then I ask management or the owner of that college or the vice chancellor of that college that why you think students are coming to colleges. And the answers which I get are completely different. I will request you actually to do an experiment with your own institution. Many times, the leadership, directors, deans, vice chancellors, think students come to colleges for getting degrees or for academics or for studying. And when you ask students actually why you come to colleges or the campuses, the answer is completely different. It's for fun, it's to sit in canteens, it's to enjoy the life. And this is the huge disconnect which is currently happening. And we are actually certainly debating about what HICI should do and what, but whether our institutions, that's what I'm saying, you may agree, you may disagree. I am doing my experiment, and that is the reason I said experiment. Okay, so what we have to do moving forward is to actually request each and every institute what should be their vision or their for 2047. And I would like to just take this opportunity to request you all to start putting a vision document for what should your institute be in 2047. And when you will start this kind of an activity, you will realize the requirements are completely different because we are moving in area of personalized learning. And when the personalized learning gets center stage, all the requirements will certainly change. So now this was just my observation and I am sharing as a personal observation. Now I will request Alokji, Rajivji to go ahead and summarize. You have 10 minutes.
Well, I have 10 minutes, so I'll just hurry up. Honorable Abhayji, Nilimaji, Vedya Subramaniamji, Alokji, distinguished people present here, Pankajji, GD Sharma sir, and dear students, very good afternoon, very good morning to you all. I have been given this task to be completed within 10 minutes and I will try to stick to my time. First of all, I would like to thank AIU for giving me this opportunity to be with you, be with this enlightened audience. I would also like to congratulate USTM for hosting such a grand event. Being a person from Assam, I would like to convey this to USTM people. Haq Saab, the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, GD Sharma sir, that you have made us proud. Every Assamia can take pride in hosting this conference here. So thank you so much. And very relevant topics have been selected here to be discussed and to be basically recommended to higher authorities. And our session was on minimum government, maximum governance. In fact, I was listening to one interview which was done long back with JRD Tata ji. And JRD Tata compared private sectors with PUC, public sector undertakings. And he gave a very good example that, if in my Tata organization, if one table is to be shifted from one end to another end, this shop floor manager or supervisor can take the decision. But if same decision is to be taken in government sector, file will go to manager, chief manager, under secretary, joint secretary, and maybe sometimes to minister. And by the time decision is made, requirement for shifting the table from one corner to another corner would not be there. So this was just one example he suggested, reflecting the bureaucratic traps that have affected our working. So it's very important that we now think of decentralizing, we think of some kind of convergence so that on the spot decisions can be made, minimum government and maximum governance. As Professor Subramaniam mentioned, owner-led institution is ownerless institutes. If we rely everything to higher ups, we cannot take any decision at the lower level, at our level, then, everybody's business becomes nobody's business. We leave ownership to the top, and even for our inefficiencies, we try to, point out at higher policies. So that is basically now is being covered in this system. We have now unified bodies. For long, Indian academic institutions have suffered from the multiplicity of regulatory bodies. We had many bodies, and there is an idiom that too many cooks spoil the broth. So I think it's a welcome thing that we are now having a unified regulatory body, HECI, and of course there are certain skepticism that is being now raised. NEP is still not final. It is a dynamic concept. It is still evolving. I term NEP as a revolutionary education policy, and at the same time, it is still evolving. So whatever suggestions that have come here, whatever suggestions our panelists gave, whatever suggestions you all gave, those I'm sure are being noticed. They are being noted down, and they will be recommended for implementation. So NEP is a dynamic thing, as Abhayji rightly mentioned, that Professor Subramaniam mentioned that no institution can claim that they have implemented national education policy fully. We are still a part of that transformational activity which is happening across the country. And ranking and rating, many questions were raised on that. Still a lot of things are being thought of. Still, if there are certain scope, there is scope for improvement. We are continuing that, and all these learned people will contribute in improving or bridging the gap if whatsoever we have noticed. But still, a lot of things still to be done, and there is a saying that every system has certain flip sides. Now we have to focus on, as Professor Subramanian mentioned, that ranking is ranking with P silent. So a lot of things may surface even at later stage. We have to go on improving. There is a flip side to everything. And I would like to stop because my time, still I have 3 minutes to go. I would like to give one very good example. While coming to this place, the venue of this conference, you must have noticed some shops highlighting, this boards, shop open, open shop. Did you observe this? There are some shops on the roadside which have a signboard, shop open, open shop. I was wondering, when I was in Guwahati for about 7 years, I worked with NIRDPR, and during my 7 years time, initially I wondered what this open shop open is. But then I learned that government has come out with this, with a regulation that near the highway, no liquor shops would be there. So they immediately covered these liquor shops, alcoholic beverages, with a curtain or some kind of barriers, and they put a board, shop open, open shop. That conveyed the message. All government intentions failed miserably, and these people are continuing with their business without any problem. So we have to come out with such policies which are not there just for the namesake. We have to also identify the gaps or weak links which some people can take advantage of. So we need to think in those directions also. While working with all good intentions, we also have to identify our weak links, which we can cover up, which we can improve in times to come. As I repeat once again, that NEP is not a static thing; it's a dynamic thing, and improvements are always possible. With 21st century is the century of knowledge, and with so many knowledgeable people around us, I'm sure we can come out with a wonderful policy which will actualize our, which will help us in achieving our vision of making India a Vishwaguru. I would like to thank once again for. I would like to thank my chairperson for giving it 10 minutes, and it's 10 minutes now. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much. And once again, I thank USTM and AIU for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We had a very interesting discussion. Sincerely appreciate. So we can close the session now here. Thank you.
I thank all the dignitaries, the panelists for this session. Thank you, everyone. Now we may just proceed for a short tea break, and we will start the next session at 11:30. Thank you. Arunachalam TK to kindly come over and present it.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Association of Indian Universities and the management of USTM to give Cambridge an opportunity to have a small connect with the audiences and the esteemed Vice Chancellors participating in this conference. Many of the Vice Chancellors here would have heard of the name Cambridge. So we are part of the University of Cambridge. There is a non-teaching department called the University of Cambridge Press and Assessment. This is the body that kind of leads on our research in the area of education in schools, education in English language, as well as research. So under this body, we have 5 divisions of Cambridge, one that leads on Cambridge, one that does the international school. So I think we are also speaking about, because there are more than 600 schools in India that are Cambridge affiliated, and students from here are looking for admissions into universities like yours. We are trying to have a connect with you to say how we can facilitate those, because earlier it used to be many of these students going overseas, but many of them are now looking at admissions within India. We run resources for schools. We run a awarding body, like your CBSE, we run an awarding body within the UK called OCR, and we also run the oldest press. So the first book was made in 1584. So the Cambridge University Press is quite old. We'll be celebrating, I think, a few milestones as we go into this millennia as well. So academic publishing, assessments, teacher development, and online research, those are the areas of focus that we have. But why we have come to talk to you all today is to look at a specific department of the University of Cambridge that focus on English language development. That's got a connect. I was following the last session, where they're looking at the national education policy, which is looking at certain outcomes where credit can be earned, and how the focus is on one side to build academic ability, but there is also clear focus on skill development within students. So from Cambridge, we have a clear solution which enables the academic ability. So the foundation English language could be developed for graduates in your university. But we also essentially look at English as a skill. So we focus on listening, reading, writing, speaking. So for technical students, professional students, for lawyers, for other students, I don't think they need to know the literary English. I don't think it may be useful for them to follow Shakespeare or anything else. What's going to be really important for them is to follow English as a skill, so that when they learn whatever language they learn or whatever subject they learn, when they go back to whatever professions that they want to take up, they sufficiently have English as a skill. English for employability is a key area that you're focusing on many undergraduate programs across India, because these students, while some of them are getting into startups in India, there's a huge culture coming up, but many of them are looking for their first jobs as they leave the university. So the role of Cambridge is to partner with universities in India to try and see how we can enhance that employability. And finally, international mobility. It's a two-way street. There are students overseas who want to come to India to study, and there are a lot of Indian students who are going overseas to study. From Cambridge, we do have assessments like the International English Language Testing System, or IELTS, which is used by Indian students to go overseas. But we are also keen to partner with a lot of Indian universities to see if you're attracting students from overseas, how we can help you funnel to make sure that students from overseas can come into your institutions quite seamlessly. So today we are launching the initiatives of using this event as the torchbearer for launching a collaboration model for universities in India to become a Cambridge learning partner. Currently, we had different models. Last year, we brought our learning and assessment divisions together. We consolidated this non-teaching department of the University of Cambridge. So this collaboration will ensure that there is a clear knowledge partnership with Cambridge. A center of excellence can be instituted within your institutions, and students can develop their English language skills. Faculty development is core to this capacity building initiative, and also kind of looking at focus on outcomes. It's not enough just to do the learning, but it is also to demonstrate how much the students have acquired these skills, which either puts them on a pathway for employability within India and overseas, or for international studies. And finally, there are many institutions, I'm sure you would have noticed, there are coaching centers, so-called coaching centers, which are running programs for IELTS and all of that. These are unregulated ventures across India. And most of these students are undergraduate or postgraduate students. So we are trying to see how we can build capacity within institutions to run separate learning programs to benefit this. So this learning partnership, the Cambridge Learning Partner and Cambridge would have equal roles. We are looking at providing the best learning and content from Cambridge. We would work with your faculty. Cambridge is not a tuition organization or a teaching university. So we would build capacity within your faculty, train them on the best pedagogy, provide them with the best resources so they can offer learning to your students and they can become best in class, offer assessments to demonstrate that they are best in class, and offer them a career pathway. So the learning center model, there are clear roles and responsibilities. This is something that we are taking this opportunity to launch, where the university would manage the program. They would become an extended arm of Cambridge to run these programs within your campuses. There are some government, some ministries that you're working where they're able to offer certain credits that are transferable. But essentially, instead of students going out to acquire some of these skills, both for employability and for go study overseas, we feel that if we can build capacity within the university, it can be incubated as a division within the university. That's the whole objective of putting together this model of a Cambridge Learning Partnership. So quickly summarizing the roles and responsibilities. So there would be a brand association between Cambridge and the university. There will be pedagogical support provided by Cambridge to the university. Content learning will be supplied and provided by Cambridge, but we also work with your team, your academic team, to build content as well that are suitable for India, because currently I can raise my hand and say that many of the Cambridge contents may be standardized for international benchmarks, not for domestic. So we'd like to partner with universities to create content that are suitable for contexts that are suitable for your universities. Teacher training is something that will be core of this whole engine of partnership. Digital content, certifications. This is again something where we are seeing a lot of participation from Indian universities, because while there is learning happening, many of these students are not able to demonstrate their language skills. How they can also be proficient in their mother tongue, but also use English as a skill is the key direction forward. That's our learning from the NEP, to say that if all of these students who studied in Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, whatever is their medium of instruction, when they come into university, if they can acquire this skill as well, other than their own mother tongue, we feel that we are putting our students for a pathway for success. Workshops and engagements and support overall is what Cambridge would be offering. So there is what do you call, it's a light touch model. There are very, very minor financials involved. It's not significant at all. But then there are these levels, which is a starter relationship or an engaged partnership or an advanced partnership. So there are various levels of engagement that Cambridge can partner with the university based on your requirement. So it's not like there is a standard offering and you need to take it to your institutions. You can choose what is going to be suitable for your university, your students, your context, and you can take it forward. Some of the key things there are, I think if you can see, we are focusing on employability quite significantly. So there is quite a placement assistance and significant HR industry connect is something that we are focusing on for our advanced partners, so that we can really bring in world-class skills for domain, which is the university's responsibility, along with domain for skills, which is something Cambridge can bring in for both employability and English language. So it's a collaboration model. It is not something we are offering a book or we are offering an assessment to university. We are not here to sell anything. This is more collaborative, which means that you can choose what is going to be suitable in your context. The university run these programs. Some universities we already partnered with, they are able to kind of run this in a self-sustainable model, which means that they are able to generate certain returns, which they can fund for, say, a disadvantaged student or a student who require financial support. So we're able to create certain sustainable models, which means that the program could be ongoing. So this is kind of the branding association that we would have. I think using this model, I've just taken the example. It could be any of the AIU partner university working with Cambridge. This is the brand association that we would build. We already work with certain universities in India. We work with National Skill Development Corporation. So this is an example of what we have tried using, but this is something that we would try and launch with some of your universities as well. As a final step, we do have colleagues from Cambridge outside. Whenever you're free, we would be happy to welcome you to kind of have a conversation with you. The idea is to sign a letter of intent, because currently you have only sketchy details. We'll be happy to talk to you more about it. Then do a detailed workshop. I'm just repeating, it's not a cut, copy, paste model. Each university will be a unique partnership. So we'll do a workshop with your university to find out what are your needs, and then based on which an agreement could be signed up to take this forward. And we are not interested in just signing an MOU. Actually, the whole idea is how can we jointly execute this? So with that, I will now pass this over to my colleague, Ms. Shamim Chaudhary, who leads on the work for the international schools. As I told you, there are more than 600 schools that work with Cambridge. We are looking at pathways for these students to join many of your universities. Shamim, over to you.
Thank you, Arunachalam TK. Now we move on to our third technical session. Reforms for holistic education. The discussions will primarily focus on the framework, design, and components of holistic education, address key issues in designing the curriculum for holistic education, share relevant, innovative, and best practice case studies, lessons in holistic education, ways to enable educational leaders, educators, policymakers, and other stakeholders to unlock and utilize the potential of holistic higher education, and work out strategies to initiate reforms for holistic education with special emphasis on sub-themes, promoting outcome-based learning, integrating skills with higher education, innovative assessment and evaluation techniques. We have for this session the chairperson, Professor Gautam Borua, Director, IIIT Guwahati, co-chairperson, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. Speakers, Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadark, Director, SEMCA, Srimati Monica S. Garg, IAS, Professor Vista Kharbari. Will be joining us online, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, the University of Texas, USA. May I request chairperson, co-chairperson, along with the speakers to kindly come over to the dais. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, to kindly come over to the dais for the felicitations. Chairperson, Professor Gautam Borua, Director, IIIT Guwahati. Co-chairperson, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadark, Director, SEMCA. Srimati Monica S. Garg, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Before we begin the session, thank you, sir. Before we begin the session, a brief introduction about our dignitaries on the dais. Professor Gautam Borua is the director of IIIT Guwahati for more than a decade. An institution builder, Professor Borua was the mentor director of IIIT Guwahati and IIT Patna. An IT expert, Professor Borua served as a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and as director IIT Guwahati. His research interest includes operating networks, database management systems. Professor Borua has a wide teaching experience of 13 years at IIT Kanpur, 18 years at IITG, and 7 years at IIITG in computer organization, operating system, database management system, and internet protocols. Under his able leadership, IIIT became the highest ranked IIITs under the central government. Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, is a scientist and academic par excellence. He was the founder, Vice Chancellor of MIT University, Kolkata. Earlier, he was the Dean Faculty of Science, Director, Center for Research in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, and Pro-Vice Chancellor at the University of Calcutta. He visited many places, including US, UK, Brazil, South Korea, China, to name a few. He has around 133 research papers and 9 books, chapters to his credit till date. Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadrach, Director, SEMCA, prior to being this, he served the Commonwealth of Learning Canada as a skills advisor, where he started a new program initiative, Skills for Work, to impart employable and job-ready skills among the people of Commonwealth in collaboration with national government and local organizations. A skillful organizer, Dr. Shadrach managed ICT, 4D, and skill development programs in over 40 nations around the world, working for organizations such as the International Development Research Center, Canada, One World International, UK, Transparency International, Germany, and the British Council in India. He is also a consultant for UNESCO, UNIVOC, Germany, FCDO, UK, ITU, Geneva, ADB, the Philippines, UNDP, Iraq, Practical Action, UK, the Open University, UK, Article 19, UK, and the ICT Agency of Sri Lanka. He earned his PhD in Information Technology as a faculty student at Loughborough University, UK. Mrs. Monica S. Garg is the Additional Chief Secretary in Government of Uttar Pradesh. She is the 1989 batch IAS officer. She has worked in the education sector for more than 12 years, having headed Higher Education Department, Technical Education Department in the state, and national institutions of She is the force behind successfully implanting the NEP in Uttar Pradesh. Now, may I request, we have Professor Vistab Karvari, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering 2, who will be joining us online. He is from the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at the University of Texas, Arlington, where he served as president from 2013 to 2020. He's a fellow of the National Academy of Inventors, ASCE, ASM, IIFC, and Complete College, America, and is an elected member of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts. He's passionate about the opportunity of higher education and is known for his leadership on issues related to enhancing access, inclusivity, impactful research, and innovation. Now, may I request the chairperson for this session to kindly proceed with the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So we are running a little late, but better late than never. So this topic of the theme for this session is very ambitious, talking about reforms for holistic education. Holistic education, to my mind, means everything. That's the education we are aiming for. What I think it means is that education is not only about the subject that you are studying, but education overall. And as teachers, we all know that it's the environment in which the teaching process takes place that helps us, that plays a big part in imparting learning and other forms of education to the students. So the campus of a university or institution, the kind of standards we set, these are also, I think, parts of the holistic education system. At the same time, besides our courses, we also need to get our students up to speed. Maybe they have come from different backgrounds. So there is a lot of emphasis on soft skills. Then also in the getting specific skills where you can get jobs in, maybe because not all courses have direct correlation with the job market. And so there are so many other aspects, and some of these things are also being covered in the sub-themes. And I will leave it to the panelists, of course, to elaborate. My job is to listen, just like yours, and to make sure that nobody goes out of line. So now there are, as you have already heard, there are 3 speakers, and I'm told that each of them will get about 15 minutes to make a presentation. Now, the order in which the speakers will speak, we have to change it a little from the order in which they were introduced, because Professor Karwari is from the USA, and he is going to he's joined us hopefully already online. So we are giving him first shot at this. And I request therefore Professor Vistaf Karwari, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, University of Texas at Arlington, to please get things going and please give us a talk for at most 15 minutes. Less is better.
Sounds great. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Hello, we are not able to hear you. Are you mute?
Just a second. 1 second.
We can see some slides. We are not able to hear you, Professor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful. Let me go back to the slides and
Yeah,
can you
please.
see the slides as well?
Not yet. We saw it just now. We will see it again, hopefully.
Okay, can you hear me and see the slides?
Yes, yes.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me speak to you. At the very beginning, let me start out by taking the liberty of changing the topic slightly. So the topic was supposed to be reforms for holistic education. What I'd like to do is to change the topic to make it opportunities to create a higher education system for the 21st century through holistic education. Because I see this as a great opportunity rather than a challenge and reform. Reform generally means there's something dramatically bad. And while we definitely need to make changes in the higher education system, it's not dramatically bad, we're doing well, but we need to do much better. If you look at holistic, and if you try to define it by itself, it's basically related to or concerned with wholes of the complete system rather than the analysis or treatment or dissection into parts, and the characterization that parts of something are interconnected and can be explained only by reference to the whole. So in short, what it means is we're looking at this overall viewpoint of how we can take a student and make them into a complete citizen who is highly educated and highly knowledgeable. Just as background, if we look at the skills that are sort of looked at in terms of the World Economic Forum, and here I'm showing you the skills that were marked for 2025, and I've put in red those that were marked for 2020, and those in green were marked for 2015. And you'll see that there is a change that has occurred over the past 5 years as we've gone forward. The top skills for 2025 are of analytical thinking and innovation, active learning, complex problem solving that was the first both in 2020 and 2015. That's a critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, and initiative, and then we go through a number of others. But if you really look at it, what it's basically telling us is that we need a change in approach. We need a change in approach from a one-size-fits-all paradigm that we all are used to, where students are expected to have the same background, be at the same position in life, have the same time to focus on school, and have the same goals. And they receive the same information at the same time at the same pace, meaning it is not individualized. And we need to change the system to a more flexible, a more equitable model where learning can be supportive of both an educated citizenry and a skilled workforce simultaneously, based on ensuring engagement and support 24/7, 365, and specifically being self-paced, adaptive, personalized, focusing on the learner rather than just the student or the teacher, and for it to be interactive, experiential, and fully immersive, active, collaborative, and inquiry focused. So if you look at it, what we're really doing is we're looking at an evolution in education. We're looking at an evolution in education from one that we are all used to, one that is used specifically in India, where we are very, very heavily into the domain. It's an I-shaped education where we are highly skilled in that one discipline, to what is being used in India and in the rest of the world now, which is T-shaped, where we have a general education that serves as the top, if you will, and then an expertise in a single area or a discipline. But if you look at it, this is not enough for the modern learner and for the person who is really supposed to learn about information that continues to evolve and that continues to change. We really need a pie-shaped, at least, if not more, or a comb-shaped, but a pie-shaped at the minimum, where holistically we are giving the student, the learner, a humanistic or a genuine education core. We're then providing disciplinary experience and expertise that continues to evolve with time, and then domain skills such as media communications, AI/ML, and data analysis. The key is that these should not be courses by themselves, but they have to be integrated together. And as we go further and further with the changes in knowledge and information, we really need to have more and more domains for every single individual. So if you look at it, we could talk for hours and hours on it. So I'm just going to pick on a few topics within this holistic nature to show you where we need to go and why we need to go. So let's look at experiential learning, which is something we all talk about in terms of the holistic experience. I won't go through the whole slide, but what I'm going to try to focus on over here is that it changes from a lecture-based or instructor-focused to something that is activity-based and student-focused. From something where learning is predefined, it's a textbook, to something where learning is discovery-based. The student is truly involved, the knowledge is gained, the focus is on application, the curriculum is open, flexible, and multidisciplinary, and it is where technology enables significant opportunities for even further things to be done. The students are driving this entire process. And an important part for us to keep in mind is this cannot just be changed from the current curriculum. We have to redesign our entire curriculum to make it active learning based and to make it with experiential learning so that we can have practical experiences built into the curriculum so that we simultaneously provide for the student the academic knowledge that they're going to need, the application of that academic knowledge, and the application in real life all together, so that the student is engaged through self-motivation and it enhances partnerships between institutions of higher education and the outside world. In doing all this, dynamic engagement of the student is absolutely essential. And we can start with the easiest part, which is adaptive and personalized learning and active learning. But we also need to talk about holistic advising, counseling, telehealth to look after the wellness of the student. When we talk about holistic, we really need to talk about mind and body. We need to talk about sociological connectivity, learning, training, the social being, the social aspects of it, and then build that into our AR and VR based immersive learning skills developments so that we're not restricted by just having an internship. We could also bring the outside world to the student wherever they are and take knowledge to the student to really form the 21st century university. If we try to build all of this, we really need to look at a curriculum that is based on outcomes. And by outcomes, we shouldn't talk about that the grades for all the students will be a first class or a distinction. The outcomes are what are the skills that they will have by the time they complete not just one course, but a series of courses. And these outcomes need to be for preparation for the workforce, for entrepreneurship, and for life. And so if you look at them, they really can be divided into three parts. The applied knowledge, which is what we all talk about. then the effective relationship, the soft skills, the humanistic skills that very often are lacking amongst our students today. And then the workforce skills that we all assume are going to come when a student gets a job. But we're all told that this is what the companies would like for us to have provided to students before they graduate. When we build a curriculum, then we have to be able to build a curriculum putting all of these things into it, knowing that when we actually have a student going through a course, they are going to have outcomes that say they will have interpersonal skills that allow them to do X. They will be able to communicate and be able to give a written report in Y. Or they will have a sociological understanding or a cultural appreciation of something else in addition to the deep disciplinary knowledge that they have. And when we talk about disciplinary knowledge, it's not that they will know about thermodynamics, but they will know about what thermodynamics can do for them as they enter the workforce and what sort of problems can they actually solve. If you look at examples of outcomes and assessment, which becomes very, very difficult to just grasp in a second, what we're really talking about is that we have to set goals, for example, for our undergraduate learning experience. These goals come from disciplinary specializations, they come from critical thinking, they come from communications and media skills, collaboration and group dynamics, sociocultural understanding and global citizenship. Building all of these integrated into our courses, not saying if you take a course and then you do a study abroad, then yes, you'll get that skill. We have to bring all of that into our courses, into the curriculum. We have to have the core discovery outcomes, such as oral and written communications and critical thinking, the humanistic knowledge, the natural sciences, the capstone projects, not just when they graduate, but in each year, in each semester, in each term, so that they can integrate that knowledge together with program level goals that says, what are the competencies that a student needs to have by the time they're ready to graduate to join the workforce? What are the competencies in those disciplines so that we can also have multiple entry and exit points? So we should be able to say that if a student stops after the second year and decides to join the workforce, they are prepared and these are the competencies that are given to it. And therefore we have to put together not just assessment plans, but matrices of these outcomes as well and integrate into them the co-curricular outcomes. These are not now extra things. We used to call them extracurricular outcomes. These are things that some students would do, but not all. We need to build it into the curriculum based on the outcomes of internships, research, even at the undergraduate level, so as to allow students to develop those critical thinking, team building skills, service learning, and experiential and scenario-based, the what if question that we don't ask too much of. Connectivity, therefore, is many faceted. It's not just the formal teaching that we are used to, but it's learning through discovery and inquiry on one side, but integrating that knowledge with workforce skills on the other side, simultaneously doing this, looking at inter, multi, and cross-disciplinary, and looking at the wellness of the mind and body, and connecting throughout with the non-academic world. Not just having a visiting person from industry coming once in a while, but having professors of practice. Not just saying that the learning will take place at the university, but the learning will also take place in the corporate and the non-for-profit sectors. Bringing through simulations, AR and VR, all that information into the university, making sure that our students graduate with a great knowledge, not just in their discipline, but also in critical areas such as AI and ML, in big data, in simulation and AR and VR, and how they can bring it together. So in closing, what I'd like to do is talk about some of the shifts that are going to be needed and how we do it. In the US, we've done it significantly now, and I'm hoping that as India goes forward with the NEP 2020, you can actually leapfrog above us because you learn from all the mistakes that we've made. We have to be able to go from a focus on academic knowledge to an integration of academic knowledge and workforce skills. They're not separate. It's a misnomer that these two things are separate and cannot be combined. We have to go from an emphasis on grades to one that is based on learning outcomes, focused on an outcomes-based curriculum, which means we actually have to change our curriculum. You can't just say, rewrite the syllabus and say, if you do this, you will learn that. You actually have to start off with what do we want the students to be competent in, and then build a syllabus backwards based on that. We have to move from this time honored time and seat. If you sit for one semester, you will be fine, to more of a competency based. Spend as much time as you need, obviously not years and years, but within that term, to get the competency that is needed. To move from theory to experiential based learning by doing. From being in the classroom by itself, sitting in a chair by ourselves and looking at the sage on the stage, to being exposed globally. To change from being digital natives, which is where our students are, to actually being digitally informed and adaptive. It is very different to just being able to click on a computer and find things on the screen, to actually understanding what is and to be able to use all the tools that are now available. From being focused on a textbook and lecture derived knowledge, to being enabled to learn from inquiry and discovery, so that every student, in addition to the path that is defined for them, also defines their own learning pathways and processes. And therefore being able to go from only having that I, which is that deep disciplinary knowledge, to having more of a broad humanistic education, integrated with the disciplinary expertise and experience in key domains such as media and communications, sociological understanding, and the social communication, and AI, ML, data science, ethics. I think when we bring all this together, we will truly enable learning for the 21st century. With that, I hope I haven't exceeded my time, and I'll yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Professor Karwari. You have kept your time very well. And thank you very much for a well-organized talk. You've covered a lot of stuff. We will summarize towards the end.
Thank you.
We'll move forward, and I'll request Srimati Monica Garg to be the next speaker.
Thank you. On कर लो सर. Slideshow. नहीं हुआ बेटा. नहीं चल रहा. Okay. Thank you, Professor Karbhari. First of all, I must thank you for setting the context of my talk. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Co-Chairperson, and distinguished participants of the conference. I'm not able to run the slideshow. I'm not able to run the slideshow, beta. The slideshow is not running. Okay. Too many. No, I can't go to the first slide. I want to go to the first slide. Let me check. Yes. Is it on? Okay. Thank you. The audio is not working. Excuse me. The audio is not working. We checked it yesterday. It was working. What has happened today? No. Okay.
Yes.
So, how do I go back to the first slide now? Let me keep standing here till we see the audio.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत का है राह स्किल डेवलपमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी से होकर जाता है इस पर एनईपी में विशेष ध्यान दिया गया
Well, when Honorable Prime Minister launched National Education Policy in 2020, he envisioned the development of an enlightened, knowledgeable, and skilled nation that would be able to find solutions, robust solutions to its problems. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to work towards his vision by bringing changes in the higher education. More importantly, by focusing on integrating skills with education. While I talk about this, I'll make my presentation in 4 parts in say about 15 minutes. First, I will quickly touch upon the current scenario, which 2 speakers from Haryana yesterday touched upon, elaborated very well. Then I will share with you a story from NIFT. National Institute of Fashion Technology is a premier national institute providing higher education in the field of fashion studies. In the third part of my presentation, I will talk about the initiatives we have taken in Uttar Pradesh in this regard under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji, and then I will sum up with the road ahead. Friends, let me begin with one statement. National Education Policy 2020 is a most relevant departure from earlier policies on education, and this will lead the country into Amrit Kal, bringing an unprecedented transformation in the employment scenario. The policy marks a paradigm shift in terms of focus on skilling. Success will lie in proper implementation. Let us look at the current scenario. Skill gap is a quagmire both for individual and industry. India Skills Report 2023 indicates that employability of our graduates is only 50.3%. The Labor Force Survey 2022-23 says that only 3.3% of our labor has got some formal training and about 10% others have got some kind of informal training. This is way below the figures of developed countries. In China, 24% have obtained formal training. In US, it is 52%, 75% in Germany, 80% in Japan, and 96% in South Korea. What are the causes leading to this situation in our country? Well, the causes are multifarious. And to my mind, a very important cause is that vocational training and skilling are not treated at par with the regular streams of education. The general perception is that vocational education is inferior to the mainstream education. This spills over into academics as well, though many BTech students get a pay package lower than those passing out of ITIs and polytechnics. This is a matter of serious concern and needs to be dealt with by a complete reimagination of how vocational education is to be imparted to our students. The moot point is where to start. First, we need to understand the demographics. Out of the 12 million people which come into the skill force every year, more than half of them are graduates. So there is a greater need to skill the graduates than anyone else in this country at the moment. Skilling programs are a top-up over and above the regular programs. For example, BCom is a general program. But if a student wants to become a GST expert, he has to undergo a GST skilling program. The need is to shift the skilling focus to the graduate space
And that is precisely what NEP 2020 intends to do. Let us look at what some reputed national institutes have done in this regard. I will share with you a story from NIFT, which is very close to my heart. We are all aware that India has a rich heritage of handlooms and handicrafts, and there are hundreds of clusters of weavers across the country, clusters of weavers and artisans. A 3-week cluster attachment was integrated into the regular NIFT curriculum with due weightage in the college credit system. I repeat, the cluster attachment was made a part of the regular NIFT program curriculum and was given assigned credits also. Students were required to stay with the weavers and artisans for 21 days in the field, pick up their skills, learn the nuances of various arts and crafts. Over the last 8 or so years, NIFT students have looked at charkha, loom, weaving, spinning, welding, molding, melting in various clusters across the country. They now know where to source niche products like kani, patni, patola, batik, ikat, brocade textiles, and the best of the products in wood, metal, bamboo, and terracotta handicrafts. Important, they know the difference between handloom and powerloom, machine spun and hand spun cloth, and organic and chemical dyes. The process has been advantageous for the students, and it has led to a windfall for the weavers as well. They have improved their designs, they have improved their technology, they have diversified their product mix. They have learned about the importance of displaying the products. They have learned about e-marketing. These are some of the slides showing the design interventions and product diversification brought about by the NIFT students in some local arts and crafts. I would like to narrate 2 incidents here, even at the cost of stretching beyond my allotted time. One is about a cluster from Madhya Pradesh, where the weavers from Maheshwar and Chanderi, they came to the NIFT campus and they tried to sell their traditional saris to the NIFT faculty for 4,000 rupees each. None of the faculty was interested in picking them up because they were very garish, very gaudy. Lo and behold, what a 3-week cluster attachment did to it. The students replaced most of the golden thread in the sari with silk or cotton thread and converted it into an evening wear sari with very beautiful geometric prints. Now this sari cost the weaver about 1680 rupees only, and NIFT members, NIFT faculty and the DG, that is me, were very happy to pick it up even for 4,000 rupees. This was so beautiful. Not only the sari, the Maheshwar and Chanderi cloth was converted into fancy curtains, cushion covers, and home decor, which we find in abundance in the markets and malls these days. A second story is about the story of the dolls of India. They make dolls out of beads in Jhabua, Madhya Pradesh, and we are aware of Chennapatna toys of Ramnagar of Karnataka, the wooden dolls. Now, these dolls were being sold in the village hut for 5 rupees each. And the students, they looked at them, converted them into earrings, keychains, card danglers. The slender, long dolls, they picked up, put a hook on top of it and converted into a ear dangler. The fat, round, plump dolls were converted into keychains and card danglers. And they started selling in Delhi Hut for 80 rupees each. One doll was sitting like this. It was only this big. And I was thinking what the students will do with it. And after a week or so, I saw that students put a piece of cloth here and converted it into a coaster. Another set of students put a Velcro on the arms of the doll and converted it into napkin holders. And in front of our eyes, the Taj people, Taj Hotel people, they came and picked them up for 200 rupees each. So this is the kind of value addition we are looking at when we talk of integrating skills with education. Value addition for the students, value addition for the industry, value addition for Atmanirbhar Bharat, value addition towards the $5 trillion economy that we are envisaging. The crux of the matter is integrate skill training into the mainstream education. NEP 2020 has given us an unparalleled opportunity to re-envision the syllabus, reimagine the pedagogy, and restructure the assessment criteria. Taking advantage of this, in Uttar Pradesh, skill education has been smoothly integrated into the regular mainstream curriculum. Let me step back and take you quickly through the journey. Uttar Pradesh is leading in the implementation of NEP 2020 in the higher education sector. Having implemented the new curriculum in July 21, that is about 2 years ago. Multidisciplinary education for holistic development, semester system, choice-based credit system, they have been implemented in 10,000 degree colleges and 50 universities across the state since the academic session 21-22. The impact is visible. Universities and colleges are improving their accreditation status. As on date, since then, 3 state universities have secured NAC A++ grade and half a dozen private universities have scored A and above. Investment is flowing in the higher education sector. 64 firms are set to invest 2.57 lakh of rupees, 2.57 lakh crores of rupees in the state. And the impact of NEP 2020 and its focus on skill is visible at the national level also. The latest India Skills report points out that the employability levels have increased from 46% to 50%. The skills report also points out that 89% of the graduates are seeking internship opportunities. The survey indicates, I will read from the survey, candidates from Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Delhi have the highest employability. Another indicator of effective implementation of NEP 2020 in the higher education sector in Uttar Pradesh. Now I'll just tell you about a couple of initiatives that we have taken in the state to integrate skill training into the mainstream education. In all universities in the state, it has been made mandatory for the students to take up a skill course in the first 4 semesters of the UG program. And this course carries a total of 12 credits. The skill courses being offered at the secondary school and inter-college level have been mapped and aligned with those on offer in ITIs, polytechnics, and degree colleges. This was a tough and challenging exercise, but needs to be undertaken if we want the students to have a progression. The skill courses that we have designed are individual and progressive in nature, so that a student can specialize in different skills in different semesters or may specialize in one skill in all the semesters. These skill courses have been designed keeping in mind the local needs and facilities, as Dr. Vivek Debroy was saying yesterday, that the demand and need of the industry needs to be kept in mind while skilling the students. Skill courses, E-India skill courses are also being permitted for skill course credit transfer in the state. The digital revolution in our country, friends, over the last 8 or 9 years has made it possible for us to access such rich resources as E-India skills. I would like to reiterate that we have assigned credits for a skill course, and by doing this, vocational courses are now treated at par with the other academic subjects and are being accorded a similar status in the stream of subjects. Now, this will not only help in promoting vocational skilling, but will also help in increasing the social signaling for skilling, which will change the general perception in our society that I talked about in the beginning. as Professor Karbhari was talking about experiential learning, this is the second initiative that has been taken in Uttar Pradesh, that experiential learning has been added in the course curriculum of all subjects. In every subject, every year, one complete chapter is dedicated to the applicational and practical aspects. For example, in zoology, it is aquaculture and fisheries. In commerce, computerized accounting and digital marketing. In geography, it is remote sensing, thematic surveys and mapping, lab testing in chemistry, museology and anthropology, biomechanics and sports. Even in language subjects, we have introduced skill part, experiential learning in the form of script writing, dialogue writing, translation, computer typing, editing, reporting, feature writing.
Ma'am, we are running out of time.
I'll just take 5 more minutes, sir, if you permit, because you want me to close?
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay. No, I'll take 5 minutes if you want me to, otherwise I'll close here.
2 minutes, madam, 2 minutes.
Okay. So I'll then quickly run through the slides. I'll skip one or two of the slides. And I'll go back to this slide because this is important. The state is also making endeavors to promote Sanskrit as a modern language and a classical language. Sampurnanand Sanskrit University is offering online training programs in employment-oriented courses. इससे अर्चक, पुरोहित, ज्योतिषी, वास्तुशास्त्री बनकर लोग अपना जीविका उपार्जन कर सकेंगे. Now, efforts have been made to ensure that we were talking about, that Professor Karbhari also mentioned, that a student, when she exits, in case of an early exit, she gets a skill. For example, if a BSc biology student exits after 1 year, she will get a certificate for, say, medical diagnostics and public health. And if she exits after 2 years, she will get a diploma in molecular diagnostic and genetic counseling. I'll skip this whole part of industry academia linkage because that is going to take time. And I'll now sum up. So the 3 initiatives taken in Uttar Pradesh, and this is to recapitulate how Government of India is focusing on equipping workforce with employable skills and how it has shown the impact in the recent surveys. Well, friends, the journey of change in the education landscape in India has begun. In less than 9,000 days from now, India will be 100 on 15th August 2047. And then 20% of the world's workforce will be here in India. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to harness this demographic dividend. When vocational education and mainstream education are properly integrated, India's demographic dividend can be leveraged into a huge set of skilled professionals. The journey has begun. The journey is full of opportunities and challenges. And believe me, the fruits will be sweet. Thank you.
Thank you, Srimati Garg. The third speaker will now request Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadrach to give his speech.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, AIU and USTM for hosting such a wonderful event. Thank you to the Vice Chancellors who are here, who's in small number as compared to yesterday. And that shows your dedication to the topic and your interest in the topic. Thank you for this opportunity.
And my previous speakers have emphasized upon the 21st century skills and vocational skills as important as the other academic pursuits that we all support our students to acquire in their learning journey. But, my discussion today is going to be more around what are the institutional mechanisms that we can put in place in order to ensure that going forward, our education is outcome-based. I don't have to give a lot of lecture on outcome-based education. There has been a lot of debate around this topic for a while. And if you read the history and the background to this whole idea of outcome-based education, there is as much there is an uptake, there's also this criticism against this whole move. Perhaps from a point of view that the early definitions were not very apt to the changing nature of and the evolution of education systems in various parts of the world. So we have seen this implemented in the United States, in South Africa, in Australia, and other places, also in India, but there has been a kind of a step back to understand and relate with this whole notion of outcome-based education. And I think in that context, the previous lectures from Ms. Garg and Professor Karbari are quite noteworthy because, in their advocacy a while ago, they emphatically brought in the dimensions of the 21st century skills, the future industry 4.0 skills, and interestingly, from Ms. Garg's point of view, the vocational skills are extremely important. And we, as Commonwealth of Learning, work with a variety of institutions, ranging from the CBSE to Association of Indian Universities, also with the vocational stream, with NITR, National Skill Development Corporation, PSS, CIVE, and DG Training and others. And we discover that, the education system needs to be strengthened in every form, every stream. And the Commonwealth of Learning as an organization was initiated 36 years ago, solely dedicated to open, distance, and technology-enabled learning. When technology was not that pervasive, today we are talking about BARD. A couple of days ago, they opened up for everyone to experiment ChatGPT 4, which integrates imaging as well with regard to generative AI. We are into the AI era, but 37 years ago, there were visionaries who founded this institution, and we work with a variety of universities, interestingly, open and distance universities to begin with. But today, thanks to COVID and the National Education Policy 2020, we see an opportunity to work with almost all the 1,000 universities under the umbrella of AIU. And not only in India, we work in 56 Commonwealth countries where we bring experience of blended learning. And now with the National Education Policy, we see every institution, not only the universities, but also the affiliated colleges have the opportunity to go blended and to embrace technology-enabled learning practices. We build a lot of capacity and we don't charge. We work with institutions like AIU and others to bring these value proposition to organizations. And we work with NAFT and others, CBSE, to also look at the curriculum for, say, in this case, we are looking at the 11th standard curriculum offered in CBSE schools to see if how we can transform the fashion technology curriculum to be delivered in blended mode, so that a lot of these, what Ms. Garg mentioned in terms of the apprenticeship, could also be acquired through simulation and other online practices. That said, the topic given was reforms in holistic education. I don't want to deviate from the topic. I was asked to speak particularly in outcomes-based education. And in the previous session, we talked about ratings and rankings and so on. And oftentimes we confuse ourselves between outcomes and outputs, competence, this is qualification, and I put down some more terminologies there. And these are all very important terminologies for us to actually focus on. Because, to tell you in a very simplistic manner, the difference between output and outcomes, and of course, you all would recognize this, when it comes to students graduating from institution, it's an output. And as a higher education institution, we are all interested in students graduating from institutions. But with regard to outcomes, it's the quality of students that are graduating and how they are able to relate with the world around them, particularly with competences, knowledge, skills, abilities, attitude, performance, usefulness to society and the industry. And these are all what qualify us to focus on quality and outcomes. And now when it comes to many of these, we are very busy in collecting business data, what we call business data, how many people were enrolled, how many teachers are there, the student learning, teacher ratio. All these are very important. But I think as pointed out earlier by Dr. Zere earlier in the session, I think the outcomes are measured in terms of how they actually deliver goods for the society and going forward. In this context, I want to really mention, ask us to focus on, as higher education institutions, on the definitional issues. When it comes to outcomes-based education, I mentioned earlier that there have been challenges. People have withdrawn from outcomes-based education, partly because of the way that they understood. And today I want to focus, encourage us to focus on the three areas of outcomes and how in the prism of the policy, the prism of the learners, and from the market point of view, so that we can not only redefine, but also prepare ourselves as education institutions. What do the policies say when it comes to outcomes? Policy is very clear. NEP is a stunning example, but if you actually analyze the policies, educational policies, national education policies of various countries, it's actually putting leaders on the global stage, economic growth, social justice, equality, scientific advancement, national integration, and so on. This is what the policy expects students to be in the future as they come out of the higher education institutions. What are the lookouts of the students? And there was some disagreement with Dr. Zere's take on students' interest in the university earlier on the session, and there were some people nodding their heads. But you could see that the students' outcomes as perceived by students are they want to advance their abilities, they want to pursue their interests, they want to shape up their own personalities, they want to engage, they want to look at social aspects. A large number of students are today conscious of the sustainable development goals and the future generations, and they want to access opportunities. When it comes to market, we should be very mindful that the market is looking more than certificates and the qualifications, talent and skills, and that was very well noted in the previous two discussions. They are looking at their own growth and development as a market, whether it's private or public sector. They want people to apply the academic skills and also possess the range of skills that my previous speakers talked about, so that the employees or entrepreneurs could own themselves, their own actions, and indulge in self-development. So this is how I see outcomes, and the education ought to be from the point of view of the policy, from the point of view of the market, and also from the point of view of the learners. What do education institutions do? I think we have heard a lot about what education institutions could do in terms of embracing, Industry 4.0, vocational skills. We also talked a lot about the advances in technology, 21st century skills, and so on. But I want to come to this particular experiment where Commonwealth of Learning, my organization, is working with a variety of associations similar to AIU around the world, with the International Distance Education Council, with the Asian Association of Open Universities, with Open Polytechnic New Zealand, Open University China, with UNISA, University of South Africa, the Arab Network for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, Association of Arab Universities, and so on. And I actually invite, the Association of Indian Universities and others to also take a serious note of this benchmarking effort that we are into, which would really speak to the points that I put on the screen. How do we see these institutions, particularly the open distance technology enabled institutions, respond to outcomes based education? It's mainly by fine tuning the teaching and learning practices. What do we mean by fine tuning teaching and learning practices? It's about student engagement. It's about innovation in pedagogies, delivery methods, agile to learning styles. It's about assessment strategies. It's about feedback mechanisms that we have put in place in terms of ensuring that learning, teaching converts into learning. Is the content, the quality of content and the context of content, the quality of faculty members, credentials, their credentials and their preparedness to embrace the distance and technology enabled world, and their ability to create flexible pathways for and curricula and personalization opportunities for students, the online course development process and the delivery methods, interactivity of e-learning content that they put out, their ability to use learning analytics to understand how learning happens within the institution so that they can align with learning outcomes. The second aspect is equally important, student support services, particularly from the point of view of the availability, accessibility, and the quality of services offered to students as well as to the faculty members, and to what extent we take note of the cultural context from which the students come. Yesterday, there were discussions around internationalization of education, and we recognize that there is an important element of student support services and others to be put in place, including academic and career counseling, placement, and do we have service standards and charters drawn out for our institutions? Do you have multi-channel platforms for communication? So these are all the aspects that would enable building blocks for outcome-based education. When it comes to technology and infrastructure, oftentimes we are stuck in terms of choice of technology and appropriateness of technology, because after we invested, we have the problem in going back. So it is important for us to invest in technology, but ensure that the technology is reliable, it's available, it's responding to the needs, but also personal data protection and agility to any disruption, any emergencies should need to be looked into. And I also want to draw your attention to the outcomes. And yesterday I was talking to a Vice Chancellor who is here from Martin Luther Christian University in Shillong. She was mentioning about community connect. When it comes to outcomes and impact on society, we are talking about not only graduate employability, but also and choice-based approaches, but community engagement and industrial partnerships. And we are also talking about employer satisfaction and the tracer studies we need to undertake in order to ensure that we are actually in the path of the 2047 9,000 days journey from now on in terms of ensuring and delivering outcomes-based education. Finally, I also want to touch upon the diversity, equity, inclusion aspects, which was mentioned. And this morning, Alokji spoke very well about the inclusion aspect when somebody raised the issue about remoteness and rural students and others. But I think we need to also have rubrics in terms of introspecting ourselves, whether we are, leaving anybody behind. We are also looking at international diversity of students and the faculty, the gender diversity, access to women, and so on, minorities and special interest groups, and so on. So we need to also prepare ourselves in the whole realm of this ecosystem in terms of with policies that would enable our institutions to actually create outcomes-based education. This is where I come back to the definitional problem that we had globally with outcomes-based education, because the definition was skewed. But if you look at from a holistic point of view, you could come up with a definition which is actually technology-enabled, blended, open education resources as a knowledge sharing and cost sharing mechanism, and blending all sorts of blends, not only online and offline blend, but also in the teaching and learning practices, blends, flipped classrooms, somebody mentioned yesterday, and not only having the policy, but also ability to implement those policies within the institutions so that our education is outcome-based, but also review those policies over a period of time. How could associations like AIU could help? In a minute, I want to quickly run through. I think AIU and others should enable universities to recognize the need for holistic approach to education based on outcomes so that there could be a long-term development plan developed for the 1,000 universities and many more to come. And this is where I think this benchmarking effort that we are into in terms of working with a variety of institutions would come into play so that you could develop sort of undertake a self-assessment. Ranking and ratings are all provided by others, and we always have difficulties in accepting the ratings and the rankings. But when it comes to self-assessment of our own institutions based on these 5-6 points that I mentioned, we can come up with rubrics. We can come up with a kind of a temperature test to see if our institutions are really outcomes based. And in order to do that, do we have all the building blocks in our system? And, either we can develop our own for the Indian system, or you can join the global consortium, and I invite you to do so. And my organization can also help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that completes the presentations by the speakers here. Now we'll have questions and answers and maybe brief comments. If you are going to ask a question or make a comment, your time limit is 15 seconds. Yes, please. 15 seconds of comments.
Well, thank you. They are not, it's not a question, just a comment and an addition. I would compliment Dr. Monica Garg and what she talked about value addition. So I think we talk about skill development and we forget this part, that is to add value. So when I was in Kanpur also, we did the Atmanirbhar Kanpur movement and we did that. We added value. We reached, and I also want to address one question which was raised in the morning about rural development. We have to promote their skills and the universities can add value. For that, Sagar University has also created a website. And with the help of this website, we help these rural people to promote their skills. So I want that this suggestion should be incorporated, that in addition to skill, value addition should also be promoted by the universities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
I congratulate Dr. Monica Garg for such a wonderful work done in UP under her guidance. The integration of the academic syllabus in reality is not there. You may have credits imparted to skill training, but you see in olden times when I will drive a scooter, I cannot fix even an automobile brake shoe or a wire, while a person uneducated can do that. Where is the training, actual training? We do not have anybody trained in CNC. We do not have actual training. What industry is doing today? Industry is not contributing anything for the welfare of the society except giving the tax. Now the industry must come up and take my boys for practical training in CNC or in automobile or in agriculture. You will be doing a wonderful job if the syllabus is covered in industry, the skill, not in the classrooms, because they don't have the facility.
Okay, thank you. Got the point. Industrial training is important.
Yeah. My name is C.S. Dubey. I'm Vice Chancellor of Care, Bangla University. Industry, really, the industry problems are, we don't know the universities doesn't know the industry problems. And to find out those industrial problems is a big problem. And how you are going to attach, you make out the outcomes for that. The second important thing I know COL is doing very good in the OERs, Open Education Resources. I think this would have been would have been a platform from where we could have done some digital library kind of thing for the OER. This is my suggestion. For Open Education Resources, we can produce a library together, a digital library, which can work on the aspects with Commonwealth Learning, who's doing very good in the sense at this through AIU. This is my suggestion. And the last but not the least, how we are doing it, the industrial problems. We do a reverse curriculum, reverse engineering in the curriculum. What we do is we take out all the jobs
which are from Google, LinkedIn, and others. And we find out three things: soft skills, coding, programming, and the essential learnings. And we just try to imbibe them in the gaps in the syllabuses and try to work on that. So this is my suggestion, that we can do things like that. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe somebody can ask a question now.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Professor S.P. Singh, the Assam Royal Global University. My question is that the session was for holistic education, and somehow we restricted ourselves to skilling only. So I think probably I would request, because from curriculum to Madam Monica Gar's presentation, it was more skills, and especially skills which relates to technical skills. There are maybe 10 lakhs of skills we are not talking about. And I think there was always there was a skilling in higher education. We should not misnomer that earlier education system was not having a skilling. That is my question. Can somebody clarify that the education system without those Skill India movement was without the skills? This is my question.
I have a question for the professor from the University of Texas at Arlington.
Yeah. So, when we talk about the higher education being integrated in terms of with the skills, there essentially we are addressing an issue of making the students to practice the subject that they learn or study. And then, and there were exactly the issue of on the basis of that, they can gain the gainful employment. That is what basically the thought has gone. But then when we talk about the skilling, particularly in the higher education, immediately we jump on to the artisan that Madam has given the concrete examples of it. So therefore, and he has also rightly pointed out, so the artisans, if you look at the history of the artisans, there are no educated, they are not educated or trained people. But then we are citing them because even today they are relevant in terms of getting the getting the gainful employment. And that is the reason as to why we are citing these examples. But they were not trained.
Okay.
But they are missing because skills we look at from three different perspectives. One,
Sir, we do not have time. So
Yes,
you are
sir.
supposed to make a.
So
what your
therefore,
idea, sir?
whether it could be defined clearly what is the professional skills,
Yes, yes.
vocational skills,
Yeah.
and the evocational skills.
Yes.
Unless we decipher, we will not be in position to address the issue as far as the higher education is concerned.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, please.
Let me first clarify that since because of the paucity of time and because of the topic given to me, it was integrating skills, but otherwise UP has implemented holistic education in the sense that we have focused on ethics, hygiene, communication and personality development as well by a different way, but that would also require another 15 minutes to talk about. So we forget about that. Now, skilling, what I was talking about was, it is not that skilling was not there in the higher education, but as sir just pointed out from the right, our BTech student was not able to fix a scooter, he says, and that was true. But now we are focusing on experiential learning. Skilling is only one part. How the industry academia connect has been established is that we have signed an MOU with the Department of Small and Medium Enterprises at the state level. So initiative has been taken at the state level, following which 36 universities have signed an MOU with the trade and industry organizations in the field. And now ITIs have entered into collaboration with Raymond, Maruti, Tatas, and our degree colleges and universities have entered into MOU with other industries. Now they are providing the apprenticeship and internship opportunities to the students. So this was one aspect that I wanted to talk about. About the thousands and lakhs of other skills, yes, that is the road ahead. This is only a beginning. We need to scale it up. We need to pace it up. We need to look at the AI, machine learning. We need to look at metaverse. We need to look at how HR departments are going to be reshaped in view of probably human-machine interface or probably integration with robots. Metaverse is going to change the whole world of entertainment, education, and travel. So we need to equip our students with those skills. At the moment, because of the paucity of time, I was focusing only on the Atmanirbhar Gaon, Atmanirbhar Bharat concept. Otherwise, yes, there are hundreds of other skills.
I have a question for the professor from the University of Texas at Arlington. Now, holistic education requires a university to be very composite and comprehensive, that it has the capacity to deliver that type of a holistic education. Unfortunately, not many universities are endowed with that type of capacity and resources. So does UTA or can he share the experience of how universities in North America work closely with larger universities or smaller land grant community colleges, and all of them together to deliver this holistic education to learners in a particular university? Because it's definitely a tall order for one university to do holistic education when they don't have the capacity and resources. We can have them on paper, but on action, it's extremely difficult. It needs to be a multi-stakeholder participative approach. So can he have any examples to showcase?
Yeah, please.
I will add something.
No, so now let Professor Karbari answer this question first.
Mr.
Are you
Chair-
there with us? Are you
Mr.
there?
Chairman?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm here.
I am Professor BP Veerabhadrappa from Kuvempu University, Vice Chancellor, Karnataka. When we really talk about reforms,
So can we just answer his question? Otherwise we'll lose the thread. Please wait
no,
for 1 minute.
I'll just complete in 30
No,
seconds.
no, sir. Please wait, sir. Let the decorum. You must listen to the chair. Huh? Otherwise, what's the point? Professor Karbari, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Professor
So can
Karbari?
you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. The person who asked the question is absolutely correct. In order to create a holistic education, we have to create a holistic system. That means all the stakeholders who are involved, must be part of it. So what we have done is we have made very strong partnerships with our community colleges, very strong partnerships with our high schools, and very strong partnerships with the community around us, including with the corporate world, in order to create what is needed for this. So when we talk about skills training, it's not just done at the university, it is done with the corporate partners. When we talk about communication, we're also talking about the media industry and how they are becoming, part of it. So when we teach our students about, communication, it's not just taught by the faculty, it's also taught by people who are working in the media industry on a daily basis, just to give you an example. Or to give you a larger example, in the area of nursing, where we have a tremendous program. This is done in conjunction with all the hospitals and the healthcare centers. So we're truly building in a true holistic partnership that is comprehensive. And that is the only way that can be done.
Thank you. I think that's a good point. Sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I am Professor BP Veerabhadrappa, Vice Chancellor, Kuvempu University, Karnataka. I will just complete in 30 seconds. What reforms we are actually talking about, not in skills, but purely in the context of curriculum and core. I think particularly hardcore, softcore, open electives, interdisciplinary approaches, multidisciplinary approaches, and transdisciplinary approaches. I think the core issues are very much on that aspect. And second aspect is purely in the context of gross enrollment ratio, as what Dr. Vivek was talking about yesterday, as to how do we be able to attract student community for this national education policy is very, very important. I think purely in the context of making students to learn more and more in the aspect of interdisciplinary and intradisciplinary is very, very important. And the third most important aspect as to how do we be able to expose our faculty for curriculum and co-curriculum is also very important. In the present context, we understand the faculty is not interested to go for national education policy. I think that is also very important reforms that in the context of holistic education. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah,
please, sir.
May I say?
Yeah.
This is small addition to the lecture of Madam, Monica Madam. Actually, in the ancient Indian literature, we have 64 skill developments. Now we have forgotten. When we are rewriting the history, we should also think about the skill development which were being taught in the ancient period, such as hotel management and garlanding and how to know the correctness of gems and tourism, cultivation, beautification. There are so many things taught in the 64. We said it's Chatushashti Kala. So we are forgetting. This should be added in skill developments, which are being forgotten now.
Thank you. Thank you. So actually, this is with regard to Madam Garg's talk. First time I have heard in a couple of fora about the Sanskrit in UP. NEP is very clear about the emphasis on Sanskrit, but most of the fora we have not been able to discuss how to take Sanskrit, particularly the language, outside the departments and bring it to the larger section of students. And it is going to help in connecting what we call the Indian system. Is there a way you can talk about which your model could be replicated in other states? Thank you.
Thank you. You can get in touch with Sampurnanand Sanskrit University. We have started online training programs in employment-oriented courses, which are contemporarily relevant. Courses related to the Sanskrit knowledge system, associated with, say, astronomy, yoga, philosophy. So, you can connect with them. I'll give you their address. And it is an online program which is being offered by the Sanskrit teachers of the colleges beyond the college hours. In the evening, in the late evening, they offer these courses. I'll give you the details of that also.
I'm Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. NEP has certainly put the higher education system in a transformative mode. We are speaking of outcome-based education, we're speaking experiential education. But one of the point is that, and to the panel, who would be offering the outcome-based education? Who would be offering the experiential learning? Do we have the right type of faculty? Have we adopted a comprehensive policy of providing orientation refresher courses to the existing faculty at a time when it is becoming very difficult to maintain the infrastructure of a university like Jadavpur, which is number 4 in the NIRF ranking, at a time when the faculty recruitment is being drying up, at a time when the library, there's a severe depletion of resources for purchasing books, journals, etc. Aren't we talking of something that we are putting the cart before the horse? We need to put the horse before the cart. That is the point.
I think I totally agree with Professor Das. And that's one of the reasons, whatever I read about outcomes-based education and its history, many countries have withdrawn from the early definition of outcomes-based education. And it's important for us to first define what we mean by outcomes-based education, and also what we mean by holistic education in the context of where we are currently located, particularly the current context of the 1,000+ universities and 45,000 higher education institutions in this country. Where are we placed at this point in time? Is it an utopian dream, or is it something that we can gradually graduate into? Or are we going to leapfrog or transform or reform? You know, these are the questions facing us, and there is a need for a larger debate. And I can see that it's important. And from the, in my presentation, I was mentioning about some sort of a self checklist, which should be looked into so that we can prepare ourselves gradually, slowly for the next phase. But that said, we should also be mindful of the technological advancements that are happening. And, earlier we discussed about student-teacher ratio. Now, what happens if a MOOC or a micro-credential that your institution offers is taken by 10,000 people? There is a possibility that now many Swayam MOOC courses are taken by more number of people. What kind of support services we put in place? What kind of online help desk that we put in place is a question. Now, many institutions that, even with our help that are producing MOOCs for Swayam and other public platforms, do not have the bandwidth to actually provide student support services as we speak. So I think we need to look at the whole outcomes-based education, of course, from the industry point of view, from the market point of view, from the learner's point of view, but also internally as to how institutions can gear up themselves so that not only we define the way that we want to define, but also it's contextualized to the Indian context.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we are run out of time now. We will wrap up this session. I will request co-chair Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay to sum up the deliberations.
Very good afternoon to everybody. I'm sure that the lunch is ready, but I just want to share with you some food for thought before you go for the lunch. What we have learned, what are the, if I consider it as a session where we look for the outcome of this session. Now, this is very important that when Professor Karvari actually mentioned trying to define this holistic education and how actually the holistic education can, we can consider it a little bit different from our traditional education. There is no question of any confrontation between the two, but it's a question of evolution of education. And the evolution of education always, he mentioned very rightly that from the I to T to pi to end with the comb-shaped education. And thereby we have to understand this holistic education. So it's a process of evolution which is going to give us all different types of things. And there, the most important thing we have to keep in our mind that one size fits all. That's wrong concept. This is different, and we have to apply it similarly, differentially between all the cases. And he also mentioned about the advantages of this experiential learning, which has been echoed by the other panelists also. But one of the major important thing is where we find that in the holistic education, it focuses on the physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, and social development of the student, where the teachers plays the role of a facilitator to induce development in students. Here comes a question about where from we can get the faculty members with this change in their attitude. So that is the responsibility of us. We have to create an environment and make it clear to the people that how this thing is possible. And we heard also that from our panelists, there are different processes already there. Now, when we look at this change in the pedagogy, it's rightly mentioned by Professor Karvari that we have to consider it as an open, flexible, as well as a multidisciplinary curriculum, which is mentioned by one of the Karnataka University Vice Chancellor very rightly, that this is actually what we have to mention to them. And then the applied knowledge, the different types of workforce skills, and the effective relationship between the different things which are available with the course curricula as well as whatever skills we are talking about. These two should have a very important relationship. And just in continuation, when Madam Garg actually given very important case studies. The NIFT is an example of a case studies, which actually I found that a lot of you actually found that it's very important. And her major emphasis regarding the vocational skill and training, which is always looked upon as a lower than the mainstream education, this whole mindset has to be changed first. Otherwise, why the people are going to? Because I remember UGC introduced the vocational training BVOC courses in 2008. And when different colleges actually introduced that, the students who qualified in the BVOC, they wanted, oh my goodness, we cannot get entry for the postgraduate courses. But BVOC is not for postgraduate. BVOC is going absolutely mentioned over there why BVOC course is there. So people never actually considered that. And I remember from different universities, it has been sent to the UGC, know what we are going to do with our BVOC students. But that's not the case. That means understanding of this, what we mean by the vocational courses, that is much more clarified right now when in this NEP 2020, we are talking about this vocational skill and training incorporated into the mainstream education itself, not as a separate one. Now, so integration of the skill training and the mainstream education is something which also given by the UP experience by Madam Garg, and I could find that there are a lot of very interesting experiential learning like application and the practical aspects. And she clearly mentioned about that here the industry has to be incorporated in such a way, role of industry also in the curricular development, all these things we have to consider. And those are the very important considerations right now we have to understand. Now, at the end, our other panelist, Dr. Shadrak, he actually given very important points regarding what we mentioned by the outcome-based education. Now, when we said that outcome-based education, I think Professor Suranjan Das actually rightly mentioned about that who understands what is outcome-based education. We mentioning about, oh, okay, we have CO, we have PO, there should be CO-PO mapping. And believe me, when I have gone for the NAC, for different colleges for this NAC thing, and when we asked, they said, oh, we have done CO-PO mapping. When I asked what they meant by PO-CO mapping, they said, oh, this is our course, and these are the programs where these courses are. They even don't understand what's the difference between the program and the course, and that is one of the major problems. So thereby, when we say about this outcome-based education, I think he mentioned very importantly that when we look at that OBE as the educators, and so there are policy outcome, there are students outcome, there are market outcome. In all different aspects, we have to consider this. And we have to evolve the process how in our universities and colleges, we could give a training about how actually you have to do the course outcome thing, how you have to look for the program outcome thing, and how you make a correlation between the CO and the PO, the course outcome and program outcome. If this is not going to be done, I'm sure this is the responsibility of us to do that, and we have to do that. And our initiatives, I'm sure, with all these vice chancellors who are present over here, if we take this initiative, definitely we can try to make this program a real successful one. So to end with, I just wanted to mention about the different types of important commitments for the faculty members, commitments for the head of the institutions, as well as the engagement of the different stakeholders with our education system. And thereby, I find that our panelists mentioned very importantly that when you were talking about this ChatGPT-4 and other things, why not the AIU take some initiative and plays a very important role in making understanding throughout our country the importance of this outcome-based education. So the points which I think we have to consider very importantly. Before that, I just give one statistics regarding the Karnataka. I could find that in 2021, 19.51% of teacher eligibility test aspirants cleared the test in Karnataka, which is something considered that improvement of 4% than the previous year. And then when it has been looked upon, it was found that this eligibility test thing, which is considering the different aspects of the teacher education, there is a huge failure of understanding what we mean by the eligibility itself. So there are things what we are looking at. To end with, I just wanted to mention that the multidisciplinary move, which is actually the planning of the NEP, is one of the most important area which we have to consider as an NEP recommendation. The experience also matters, and this experience which is going to help us in the experiential learning process is definitely going to help us in this whole process. So there are a lot of learnings also from the pandemic period in terms of access and quality need to be scaled to a new level, and new models of hybrid learning built to suit up this hybrid work world with a powerful demographic age and a potentially transformational education policy at work India can hopefully look forward to finally evolving an education system that works for all. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay, for aptly summing up and giving your own inputs. Our time has come to close this session. I thank the panelists and the co-chair for their inputs. I thank the participants for taking part in the Q&A and listening and observing all the things we have said from the dais. Thank you very much, and I close this session.
I thank on behalf of AIU and USTM, all the panelists who had chaired the session. Now we have a special announcement from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, to kindly announce.
Just two announcements. The first is after this session, there is a lunch in the same place. And the second announcement, those VCs who have given the consent to sign an MOU with the USTM are requested to kindly stay back after the fourth technical session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we disperse for lunch and we will again start with the technical session 4. I request the student volunteers to kindly collect the recommendation forms from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, which had been circulated for this session. Our student volunteers kindly collect the recommendation form that has been circulated among our Honorable Vice Chancellors for this session.
And relevant for students. The 4 stages of lead seamlessly from primary to secondary to pre-university years. It provides students the opportunity to acquire knowledge and skills they need to achieve at school, university, and beyond university. We believe that a meaningful education is more than just a sum of subjects and examinations. Learners, we believe, need to develop a set of academic skills and also life skills and attitudes to be successful. So we put the needs of our learners at the heart of our approach to education, and we work to encourage learners to become confident, responsible, reflective, innovative, and engaged. We believe that education works best when the curriculum, the teaching and learning, and the assessments are closely aligned. So we develop our qualifications according to our code of practice that sets our approach to assessments. The assessment objectives of each of our qualifications are aligned to the curriculum learning goals, which basically means that whatever are the curriculum learning objectives, we ensure that our qualifications, our assessments actually assess those objectives in the final qualifications that students take. Our assessments are designed to be fair, valid, reliable, and practicable. The Cambridge qualifications help learners develop core abilities, which includes not only a deep understanding of the subjects, but also higher order thinking skills, also presenting ordered and coherent arguments, reasoning, and independent learning and research. The transferable skills of independent inquiry, research, and reasoning help our learners to interrogate information, explore different perspectives, and communicate personal reflections. Our programs are created by experts, and it is rooted in academic rigor. In fact, we collaborate with the universities, the Faculty of Education at the University of Cambridge, and draw on their expertise. Our syllabuses are reviewed regularly, so they reflect the latest research evidence and professional teaching practices and take into account the different national context in which they are taught. So what we offer for students who are at the senior secondary school are basically subject-based qualifications. And students have a choice to either specialize in a few subjects or study a range so that they get a breadth of subjects. Now, we work with universities and employers to design our qualifications and make sure that our qualifications offer the best possible preparation for further study and employment. We, in fact, consult with teachers as well to develop and design each of the syllabuses around the needs of our learners. Now, our qualifications are accepted at universities and colleges, professional association, government, ministries, companies across 195 countries, including India. 50% of our learners in India pursue undergraduate studies at Indian universities, and I'm sure you would be interested in knowing where our students actually go. Now, Cambridge Advanced Level, the qualification that our students take, they are accepted as college-level courses in the USA, which basically means our students can get up to 1 year of university course credit if at certain universities in the US and Canada. Now, since 2016, we have been regularly conducting survey with universities globally to find out what university admission staff look around to select candidates. And what we have found is something very interesting. Purely academic skills are now considered only one indicator of college readiness. So increasingly, we find higher ed institutions and employers are looking for demonstrations of grit. That's the ability to persist and despite obstacles and setbacks. They also look for evidence of the ability to manage learning independently. The feedback that we have got as per the surveys, the last survey that we have conducted with universities, and these include the Ivy Leagues as well as the Russell Group universities in the UK, is very positive. This is just a glimpse of what the survey results are. Globally, universities have been telling us that they value independent research and critical thinking skills in students, as well as the deep subject knowledge that our qualifications bring. We design our programs to give students additional skills that embody college readiness and skills that are also transferable beyond higher education and employment. As we know that we have increasing number of students who are deciding to stay back in India and study, I am hopeful that institutions who are here, higher ed institutions, would welcome our students who apply to their universities for undergraduate studies. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Welcome once again to the technical session 4, Creating an Ecosystem for Research and Excellence. The discussion in the meet will primarily focus on the status of research in Indian universities, address key issues involved in creating an ecosystem for research and excellence, share relevant, innovative and best practices, case studies and lessons in research, ways to enable educational leaders, educators, policymakers, and other stakeholders to unlock and utilize the potential of research for creating an ecosystem for research and excellence with special emphasis on national and international collaboration for boosting research, ways to create a research ecosystem on campus, innovative methods and skills for impactful and socially relevant research. For this session, we have Chairperson Dr. Basudkar J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, Co-Chairperson Professor Sandeep Sacheti, Vice Chancellor, Marwari University, Rajkot, Speakers Professor Vivek Saoji, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune, Professor P.V. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Gurugram, and Professor Budhal, Professor Emeritus, University of Victoria and Co-Chair of the UNESCO Chair on CBR. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come over to the dais. May I now request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Madam, to kindly come over to the dais to felicitate the chairperson, co-chairperson, and the speakers for this session. Dr. Basudkar J. Rao, as the chairperson, is the Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. Co-chairperson Professor Sandeep Sacheti, Vice Chancellor, Marwari University, Rajkot. Speakers, Professor Vivek Saoji, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune. Professor P.V. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Gurugram. And we welcome online Professor Budhal, Professor Emeritus, University of Victoria and Co-Chair of the UNESCO Chair on CBR. Welcome, sir. Thank you, Madam. Before we begin the session, a short, brief introduction about our dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Basudkar J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. Prior to this, he was a senior professor at the Department of Biological Sciences, TIFR, Mumbai, and the head of the Mechanism of Genomics, Dynamics and Cellular Adaptation Laboratory, TIFR. He also served as Senior Professor, Chair of Biology and Dean Faculty at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Tirupati. He has to his credit 181 publications with 3041, 3041 citations. He's a fellow of all 3 national academics in India and the Sir J.C. Bose Fellow of the Department of Science and Technology, India. Professor Rao is a chief member and an advisor on the various committees. He has won many awards and fellowship. He is the chief editor of the Journal of Biosciences, a flagship journal of the Indian Academy of Sciences and Springer Nature combined. Professor Sandeep Sacheti is the Vice Chancellor of Marwari University, Rajkot. Earlier, he was the Vice Chancellor of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. He served as President of the Association of Indian Universities, President of Manipal University, Jaipur, Director of the National Institute of Technology, NIT Delhi, and Director of NITR, Surathkal. He also served NIT Tiruchirappalli, NIT Calicut, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and Mentor Director, NIT Goa, NIT Puducherry, NIT Sikkim as Director in Charge. He is a recipient of the Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship under the Colombo Plan. He is a recipient of several honors and awards, including the Commonwealth Scholarship and Fellowship under the Colombo Plan, SCRC Fellowship from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the UKI STRP Award from the British Council. Professor Vivek Saoji, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune. Earlier, he was the Vice Chancellor of KLE, Belgaum. Dr. Saoji is the immediate past President of the Academy of Health Professions Educators, AHPE of India. He was the Governing Council member of the Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, New Delhi. He was also a member of Governing Council of the Association of Indian Universities, AIU, New Delhi. He is empaneled as an expert by the NAC for assessment and accreditation and also by the National Board of Examination. He is a life member of the Indian Medical Association and the Association of Surgeons of India. Dr. Saoji is on the academic bodies, governing councils and advisory boards of various universities in the country. Professor P.B. Sharma is an Indian academician and Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Gurgaon. He served as President of the Association of Indian University. He was a founder, Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University and Rajiv Gandhi Technology University. He was a professor at IIT Delhi, President of the Engineering Science Division of the Indian Science Congress, Chairman of the Indian Society of Mechanical Engineers, and Vice Chairman of the World Confederation of Productivity Sciences, India Section. He is a recipient of the honorary degree of Doctor of Engineering from University of Birmingham and honorary degree of Doctor of Science from Dr. K.N. Modi University, Jaipur. Professor Budhal, Professor Emeritus, University of Victoria, and co-chair of the UNESCO Chair in Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education. The UNESCO Chair is a joint partnership between the University of Victoria and the Society for Participatory Research in India, in short, PRIA, located in New Delhi, India. The objective of the UNESCO Chair is to build research capacity in the Global South and the excluded North in the field of community-based research. It does this through collaboration with many global networks, advocacy work with governments and funding bodies through training. I request the chairperson for the session to kindly proceed with the session. Over to you, sir.
I want to welcome all of you for this very important topic. The topic reads as creating an ecosystem for research and excellence. We have 5 panelists here, which I chair. And if you look at the flavor of the panelists, you will realize that we represent diverse areas: genetics, engineering, medical sciences, education, and humanities. So you see that this is a confluence of minds trying to look at this important topic, creating an ecosystem for research and excellence. And for the sake of operational easiness, we have 3 sub-themes: national and international collaboration for boosting research, ways to create research ecosystem on the campus, innovative methods and skills for impactful and socially relevant research. All the 3 streams intersect with this field of research and excellence. These 3 sub-themes, we take it sequentially, one at a time. We have about 1.5 hours session. We probably spend about a half hour on each sub-theme, and at the end we integrate this. So national and international collaboration for boosting research. So the way I want to conduct is, initially I give some views of mine, and then I'll pass on the microphone to my co-panelists so that they can add their views, and we integrate a summary statement from this. Research and excellence go hand in hand together. Both of these are products of mind, essentially. These are not just the products of curriculum or classrooms. Whatever is the curriculum, whatever is the classroom structure, ultimately it's the mind that should capture the excellence and deep research. And when we talk about the mind process, it has to be international, because research and ecosystem excellence must transcend national boundaries. Therefore, this is a very important topic, and we are now discussing this in the context of our universities, in the context of NEP 2020, and also in the context of G20 that we are celebrating. So we are at a very crucial junction where India has become a manpower for high skills, aspirational youth, as well as many new high-ended activities that the country is pursuing now. Especially for the last 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of new initiatives have come about, where for the first time after 70 years of our existence, we realize that we should move away from rote learning and go into content learning, concept learning, insightful learning. And I think this new learning will make the beginning for excellence in research as well as production. Now, there are 2 or 3 very important themes that I want to touch upon in this, and then pass on the microphone to my co-panelists. Do we have an education system now, or do we envisage an education system in NEP 2020 where we will create minds which are free thinking, minds which can contextualize content and knowledge, minds which can generate knowledge into skills? These are the 3 important activities that NEP 2020 envisages. Now the question is, are we ready for it? Are we getting ready for it? We are all the products of pre-NEP 2020. Can we make it to a post-NEP 2020 paradigm? Can we generate innovative contents? Can we generate interesting curriculum? Can we globalize our education so that we become part of global innovation? Can we start within the 4 walls of classroom? Do we have to go beyond the 4 walls? Each university has to think of a model that will suit to the context of that university. I come from a Hyderabad Central University, which is an institution of eminence. My strategies may not be appropriate for other university. So each university has to reinvent itself in terms of upgrading the teacher skills, upgrading the student skills, and generate a model where students can have hands-on experience of what they are learning. Essentially, they have to become curious. And once they become curious, they become passionate about learning, be it in science or even outside science. And once somebody is curious and passionate, if the student is pursuing science, then research will begin. And if it is deeply curiosity-driven research, excellence will have to happen. The next question is, do we have enough infrastructure for the mind to do high-ended experimental programs, theoretical programs, etc., etc. So it is an ecosystem issue where all of us have to think innovatively out of box, both at the level of curriculum, at the level of execution, and also at the level of interaction with the students. Ultimately, if we give premium only to the excellence, not to the real content framework of the curriculum alone, which we have been doing for the last several decades, I think we will become thought leaders for the world. We will generate students who will make to the high end of the stream. So there are a lot of things that we need to do inside the classroom, and there are a lot more things we need to do outside the classroom within a university system so that we can generate excellence, high-ended research, and impactful processes in research, in industry, in every other activity. So it is us who have to do it. The government has done whatever it could. It has generated a framework. UGC ministry will generate some framework, some reference points, but ultimately it is do it yourself exercise. These are my initial thoughts. I'll request my co-panelists to view their views, share their views, and we'll move further. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thanks to AIU and USTM for this kind invitation and good hospitality. Also thanks to the co-chair as well as the co-panelists on this particular session, particularly Professor Rao for setting the tone on what we are discussing as creating an ecosystem for research and excellence. I would first of all try to convey that research is what we need to do now. We have not been doing enough to call it as a research. Excellence is anyway a subsequent product of that. Excellence is what possibly I will say through our research is what we have not attained. I'm making this a statement purely because some around 10 years back, I was at an airport and someone who is who from the economic world of the country ended up asking me a question because our flight was late, and he said, Professor Sanchet, you talk a lot about your engineering or science or institutions. Tell me one single product which was conceived, planned, and produced in India, which has become world renowned. And I'm still searching for that answer till today, let me tell you. So when it comes to excellence, when it comes to relevance, when it comes to something like that, we are very far away. At that time, at least there was a part answer called nano, which unfortunately did not succeed later in that sort of a sense. And therefore, we have had challenges whether we have done enough excellence or is there enough relevance. Already sub-themes have been given. I will start with the sub-theme number 2 first, ways to create research ecosystem on the campus. This is something important because that's where we can do the massification of research. Unfortunately, this is also not happening. I am a person who worked in NIT system for around 20-25 years, and I would say that somewhere around 2002 to 2007, we had 2 documents. Once we were made a deemed university kind of a thing, and the second time we were given NIT Act. And the very act, in the first act, if you try to read the whole act, you would not find a word research anywhere. We are supposed to do academics, we are supposed to teach, we are supposed to administer, we are supposed to conduct meetings, everything is there, but the research word was missing. Some of us were trying that at least, for God's sake, tell the faculty that you are supposed to do research also. I also remember early 2000, I was also dean research also for my institution around that time. And many of our other faculty members or others would laugh at us thinking that he's trying to show off by doing some sort of a research. That was the attitude towards research. So research is changing. We should put our best foot forward to support research for one single reason. As I was giving the example, a teacher is supposed to be working in a domain which is primarily teaching learning. We have been discussing it since yesterday. Teaching learning is more towards assimilation of information and dissemination of information. You gather the right information, deliver the right information in the right form and context and all that, which is important. Gathering is obviously collecting or whatever, assimilation is collection, and dissemination is distribution. But then, who is going to generate the knowledge? I think there is a third and most important part of the knowledge cycle is generation of knowledge, which unfortunately in India, most of us did not focus. As I was trying to tell you with some examples, that research is what was taking back seat. Research is nothing but generation of the new knowledge. So I think the mandate should be made clear to our faculty members that it is the assimilation, dissemination and generation in whatever form. I may start with generation and I'll disseminate later, and then maybe more assimilation in terms of who others are working in that domain, or I can start from anywhere. There is no fixed point for starting this. And that is something essential. And therefore, this should also percolate down to what we call our students. The students should also think it's not the knowledge which is given in the book is sufficient for their survival. How to generate new knowledge, how to think about some new solutions, I think is nothing but generation of new knowledge. That should also be taught. So it should also percolate down to what you call the lowest level at the student level. The next sub-theme happens to be the innovative methods and skills for impactful and socially relevant research, which is obviously important. We all live in a domain where data is the new oil, as we call it. We also call it, it's an information age. We also call it as a knowledge society. We want every system to be intelligent enough. These are nothing but the part of the cycles of what you call this particular age where it is there, that data, from data you get the information, from information you get the intelligence, from intelligence you get the knowledge. When you can foresee something, when you can predict something, project something, I think that I would conceive or accept as a knowledge that you can plan by having a foresight. But today we need to go beyond that in this particular cycle, and that those two elements are nothing but the elements of what we call the relevance. Is that what you are doing new as a wisdom or intelligence? Is it relevant? And that is number one. And number two is even if it is relevant, is it making an impact? I think these two are very, very important things. So we should always think of an outcome. If there is no impact of what you know today, I think your knowledge will be not very worthy. That's all I can say. So in engineering, we generally follow a principle that the end goal has to be in the sight, and then we plan the path accordingly and parameters accordingly and so on and so forth. So you should also know the impact. The moment a research is conceived, an idea is conceived, a project is conceived, I think it's very, very important for us to know what impact it is going to make and whom is it going to impact. And I think that's the reason why India now is focusing on impactful research or socially relevant research or something like very useful research. So I'll come to possibly the third point also, and maybe later once we finish the first round, maybe we'll get another opportunity to give you some more examples. And the third point, the very first one, national and international collaborations for boosting research, which is something important. Research cannot be done in isolation, should not be done in isolation. We know that most of the Nobel laureates today are people who are getting it in cluster, 2-3 people. Reason for that is one alone cannot do much, or one alone as a lab cannot do much. I think you need to have confluence of ideas coming from here, there, someone seeding the theory, someone proving the principle, someone making the applications and so on and so forth. And therefore collaboration is something must. And collaboration is what we are all dying for. Obviously it is happening. We have all huge number of collaborations, including my own institution. We can show many collaborations, but how many of them are active, I think was the point raised yesterday also. Point raised in our minds also many times. I have started following a simple method these days to make sure that the collaborations do not remain in an inactive state. And for that, number one, before the whole thing is signed, there is a champion identified from our side for that collaboration to be pushed in the institution. Number two, there should be a common notification to the entire university or the system that we are collaborating with someone for some sort of a reason. Number three, depending upon the activity which we have, we earmark certain funds which are there. And number four, every 6 months, the MOU coordinators should generate a report of what is happening and what is not happening in that particular domain. And I think with that, we are able to quite actively follow some of the MOUs which we have actually started. So right now, my signal, my throat is giving me signal to go slow and go stop right now. So thank you so much for this initial remarks. Thank you.
Before we proceed further, I would call upon Professor Badhal, who is at 2 a.m. time zone now abroad. So I would request him to join in. He is on the online mode. Professor Hall, are you able to hear me? Is he connected?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so sir, Professor Badhal, would you want to share your views? You know the sub-themes, right?
I do indeed.
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, first let me thank Dr. Pankaj Mittal and the AIU for this very kind invitation to appear amongst such a distinguished panel of scholars and higher education leaders. I've been visiting India since 1979, always working on issues of knowledge creation, social justice, and the betterment of society. Many of those years have been spent working with Dr. Rajesh Tandon, who some of you will know for his, particularly his recent work with the University Grants Commission on introducing ideas about community-based research, which is now being called upon to be introduced into all of India's public universities. I would like to say that we are living right now, I think, in a very important historic moment in the history of higher education. And we know that higher education began, in fact, in India, many thousands of years ago. It had a second phase during medieval European times when the Oxfords and the Cambridges were created. It had a third phase with the creation of the so-called research universities. And I would say that we are now in a fourth phase. We are facing the call for a transformation of higher education to better address the serious challenges which we are facing, which are of a ecological nature, a social justice nature, a gender justice nature, an economic inequality nature, and the persistence of health inequalities and challenges. And we are hearing in the international conversations about higher education policy that it's time for higher education to re-examine itself. It's a time to move beyond the ideas of the knowledge economy, which was an early idea which many of our cities took up based on the ideas of Peter Drucker. We have been working with the ideas of knowledge society, which is the use of knowledge for the betterment of society. But we're now being called upon to enter into an era of what we might call knowledge democracy. And knowledge democracy calls into question the forms of knowledge, the basis of knowledge, the epistemologic basis of knowledge. And it calls into questions the limitations of the particular Eurocentric knowledge system, which almost all of our universities follow. So I could drop into one of your universities and within a day see intellectual structures, academic structures, which are nearly the same as my university. And those structures, I think you can still hear me. There was some echoing before, but that seems to have stopped. So I think that's good. I hope that you can still hear me. I don't know. I think maybe I'm lost. I don't see.
Please go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. The combination of the late hour and the complex technology is always a challenge. So just as Professor Rao was saying, that we need to think about the ideas of what does excellence mean? Where do we create knowledge? Whose knowledge is created? Is this the time for us to move beyond our walls? But if we move beyond our walls, how do we move beyond our walls? In what way do we move beyond the walls? Do we move beyond our walls thinking that we have all of the answers that society needs, and going in with the idea that we, higher education leaders and researchers and educated students, we know what society needs, and we're coming to tell society how to solve its problems? Or are we prepared to listen in new ways to society, to communities, to find out how best we can actually work with them on the co-creation of knowledge, which will make a critical difference in the daily lives of people around, water issues, around food security issues, around, gender justice issues, around the many issues that we are facing. And there are, as we move on in the panel, I'll share some sources for some of the new conversations. But I just would say that there are three areas which have found their way into what a kind of emerging global policy consensus about what a transformed higher education might look like. And one of them is the new ideas around open science. The UNESCO recommendation on open science talks about openness in free sharing of data and text, but it also talks about opening ourselves to the knowledge created in community by people living in often marginalized situations. And thirdly, being open to previously excluded knowledges, such as the indigenous knowledges, which are, I know, still very much alive in tribal communities in India and, of course, around the world. And there are also calls for restructuring, re-examining the nature of, we talk about infrastructure for excellence, infrastructure for the development of theory, but we now need to think about the infrastructure for engagement, because the laboratory, the historic laboratory, continues to have its undeniable value and use, but the laboratory is now the world. It is our communities, and if we are unable to find a way to innovate infrastructure which allows for engagement of our students, engagement in research, engagement in teaching in new ways beyond our walls, we will find ourselves in 20 years having a same conference asking, what have we, where have we gone wrong? So I have other ideas, as all of us do, that I can share, but that's gives you a sense of the way that I'm thinking these days.
Professor Sharma to join in now.
Let me take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to AIU as well as to the University of Science and Technology, UST, for giving us this opportunity to be here in the company of our fellow Vice Chancellors in a university which, in my opinion, is leading by example. I remember last Vice Chancellors meeting that we had at Mysore. We made a proclamation, Mysore Proclamation of the Vice Chancellors. And the opening verse of that proclamation was that universities in India should lead by example. So I'm very happy to be here. You have a university leading by example, and we are so happy to witness that happening. Before coming here, I discussed with my grandson, who is studying in the Amity International School, that I'm going to speak about creating the ecosystem for research and excellence. Now, younger ones, though they are still at the secondary, he has just gone to the 9th class. He said, Dada, I would like you to correct the title of your very first slide. He said, rather than talking about creating an ecosystem for research and excellence, you better talk about ecosystem for research for development, not just research. And he also said that you talk about how you are going to utilize this ecosystem for research for development to foster educational excellence. So I'm correcting my title around that because the younger generation today is highly conscious about it. I also asked him what exactly is knowledge creation, something which the Honorable President of the session has raised as a question in beginning. He said to me, Dada, if you really ask me, I'll say honestly, knowledge is not something which you can ever create. I said that's something very different than what we are doing as Vice Chancellors. He said that when you apply your knowledge to the existing information, it reveals to you how this vast body of knowledge or information that is around, you can utilize for something so good, so useful, that you can move the mountains and make the research as a major game changer for the development of the nation, for the advancement of the society, and for solving the pressing problems which you have today, as well as to envision a bright future for the current and future generation. With this opening remark, I thought it would be important quickly, because I have only 10 minutes at my level, to invite you to look at what are the major concerns in 2023 for us. The top of the pop is how to align our higher education and research to the industry needs, and not only that, but to national missions and global aspirations. We cannot be satisfied merely looking at the needs of the industry today, because the needs are ever changing and they will change much faster as we go about. But we need to also serve the cause of linking our education and research to the national missions which our own government has mounted in great numbers here, which are of great value to create the India of our dream. And we need to also target our education and research through the ecosystem that we create for global aspirations and global challenges that are common to all the nations of the world. How to harness the innovative and creative genius of students is another challenge that I have. How to foster innovations in plenty and create, in fact, through the research and development, a real impact on research for development. This is not my phrase. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, while inaugurating the Science Congress 2 years ago, he said that all universities in the country, as well as the R&D organizations, must redefine R&D as research for development. And I'm sure the Honorable Prime Minister was right, because the very purpose of research is not merely to create knowledge, but to ensure that knowledge is utilized for the development of the nation and the society. How to nurture global citizenship through our education excellence and research that we carry out, how to tackle the environmental problem that we have, and how to create social responsibility of the kind that we all bear as the torch bearers of faith of the people. Creating tomorrow's leaders in science and technology is also an agenda for the ecosystem for research and development. Foster interdisciplinary environment and impactful and relevant research innovations. Research that creates great economies of scale, not just mere ripples or for that region even the peaks, but economies of the scale is something which is important that our research must be fostered to. It solves the pressing problems facing the humanity today and creating a bright future for the mankind at large. Indian universities have a great opportunity. This is the year of G20 presidency for India, and it's an opportunity to lead the community of nations in providing a major thrust to solutions, research, as well as accelerated, inclusive and sustainable development for which we have taken a firm resolve in our country. We cannot shy away from our focus on the emerging technologies which are coming and knocking on our doorstep to be integrated into the research and development agenda for our university. New materials are coming, Industry 5.0 systems are already knocking on our doorstep, and we need university leadership that nurtures and supports research-driven faculty and creates network communities of research for co-creation of research competence and education to create synergy of brains to attain great goals and solve mega challenges. I'll stop at these two slides for the time being and share with you how I have gone myself about creating the vital ecosystem wherever I was. When I joined University of Birmingham for my own studies, I found the ecosystem for research and development was deeply integrated into the higher education of the university. The university was funding almost every single research that was being carried out there. When I came to IIT Delhi and joined as a faculty, I took that as a leaf and said that research must be supported by the industry. So funded research has to be a major focus area for creating the vital ecosystem for research for development as well as research excellence of the kind that we wish to create. And I went about doing it. I was a very successful professor in IIT Delhi, did not ask IIT to give me a single penny for my research because I had all the money and I could rather give back to IIT whatever they required. The budget of the department was 2.5 lakhs at that time, while my own requirement of the research for the year was something about 10 lakhs of rupees. And one of the former IIT alumni sitting here, he knows how did we go about creating research and innovation ecosystem in IIT on the strength of the research-driven faculty of the kind that we had in plenty at that time. When I moved to Delhi College of Engineering as the principal and director of the institution, I took away what I did at IIT Delhi to transplant the culture of research and innovation into the college, which was otherwise telling me that you are here only for teaching and not for research and innovation. I said, I'm here for integration of research even at the undergraduate level, so that my ecosystem for research and development in the university or institution must allow me to take the advantage of research right down to the undergraduate level. Mind you, India is largely undergraduate as far as our education is concerned in the universities in India. And therefore, it would be absolutely essential for us to understand the importance of integrating research into education and benefiting the undergraduate level. How do we take them on board for causing serious research and also innovation? When I moved to Delhi Technological University or Rajiv Gandhi Technological University, innovation and research ecosystem became absolutely important, and it became a major game changer to create higher levels of employability, create kind of global and national esteem, and to create the vital recognition and respect for the institution. And the fruits were quite clear. We were able to, in fact, inspire the younger minds of the faculty, as well as the inspired minds of students of undergraduate level, even to call deep research and highly meaningful innovations in the institution there. At Amity University, Gurugram, leading by example where I am as a Vice Chancellor, our Amity University system as a whole reverberates every day in our mind what it calls the pressure of performance. We want to create the pressure of performance and transform that pressure of performance into pleasure of performance. So the major philosophy and the strategy for ecosystem for research and innovation in a university has to be creating pressure of performance and then translating it into the pleasure of performance. When your research gets published in high impact factor, your pressure of performance becomes pleasure of performance. When your research and development that you called in your laboratory results into a high quality patent which can be commercialized, your pressure of performance becomes pleasure of performance. So pleasure of performance is something which we need to keep in mind to be created through pressure of performance, focusing always on quality, relevance and excellence. And no wonder today Amity University Haryana has as high as 92 higher end funded research and development projects of a total value of 50 crores of rupees, coming from high and mighty organizations here in India, including the consortium research, coming from the consortia of working together within the country, as well as in with the universities abroad, including European Union and the universities with whom we have our collaborative partnership. And by doing this, we are in a position to drive the agenda of creating that vital ecosystem for research, for development, for the nation. Let me finish by saying that the calls for our Vice Chancellor's meeting today here, especially in this session, have to take note of that we are sitting on a great opportunity in each of our university. We have to align our university R&D to ensure that government succeeds in its mission of circular economy. We have to ensure that our R&D in the university allows the government to reap the richest benefits of the renewable energy and the hydrogen mission which they have created so well. And our research in the university must also strengthen the hands and resolves of the government to create meaningful research which can be translated into products and services that will create inclusive and sustainable development, not only for generation today, but for tomorrow. And therefore, I think in this particular session, let me finish by saying that universities must lead by example, by translating the pressure of performance into pleasure of performance, but also putting a brave face. And I'm very happy to say that my university, we are reprocessing the entire wastewater and reutilizing it into the system, saving millions of gallons of fresh water each year, leading by example. No wonder we are rated at number 32 out of 1,500 plus universities worldwide by the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking when it comes to water security. Same thing we do in energy security. Same thing we do for the climate change which is knocking on our doorstep. And therefore, universities have to lead by example because the students today, they don't want long lectures. They want to learn from you what you are doing. This is the age of learning by doing, and this is also the age of understanding how can we do it much bigger, much better, and co-create that future that is lying ahead of us. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I will respond any other question toward the end when it comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to Professor Saoji for his views. You want to go there?
Very good afternoon to you all. The respected chair, esteemed panelists, my learned fellow vice chancellors, faculty members, friends. At the outset, I express my deep sense of gratitude to the Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal and the team, and of course the team here at USTM for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this very important topic. Well, I think the importance of research cannot be overemphasized, and directly or indirectly all the talks have reflected the same. I'm going to specifically talk about national and international collaborations for boosting research. I have divided my talk into 3 parts. First, I'll give some general observations, and then I'll give you an example of successful collaborative efforts leading to meaningful research which had an impact on community. That is the place where I was working earlier, the Kerala University, which is in a type 2 city, tier 2 city, and where with a sustained collaborative efforts, we could conduct really world-class, community-based, transformative research. So I'll talk about it for maybe a couple of minutes, and then maybe conclude my talk with some of the strategies or my thoughts to take this forward. So I think I bring you greetings from Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune. This is again a multidisciplinary, multi-speciality, multi-campus university, one of the earliest universities having all the faculties and with 25,000 plus students and maybe about 2,000 faculty members. So the broader topic is the creating an ecosystem for research, which has been subdivided into 3 themes. And as I said, I'll be focusing mainly on the national and international collaboration for boosting research. And I think, again, as universities, the founding principle of university is a collaboration between learning and research. So, I mean, we cannot exclude teaching and research. And of course, I think I don't need to say or emphasize this, but the goal of education is developing an inquiring mind. I think everywhere it is enshrined that research component is inbuilt in our system, which is there, and somehow I think we're trying to think that it is some alien concept or something which is to be done in fancy laboratories or which needs some high-tech gadgetry and so on and so forth. Again, I think this need not be overemphasized, but 2 points. That for students' intellectual development and staff identity, these are the 2 points which I want to drive home, that how the importance of research which is there. And the second thing is, it doesn't come automatically. I mean, just by being there, you're not going to get it. So obviously there are efforts which are required, conscious efforts which are required to undertake research. I'll not go into the details of as to why research, and I think obviously there are n number of reasons why we should be undertaking research and deeper research in universities. It not only helps deeper learning, evidence-based practice, improving teaching, and of course we establish ourselves as an experts in the field and helps in the moving the field forward. This is also envisaged. This is also envisaged in NEP 2020, and I think NEP 20, we have been hearing about it, that we're talking about holistic, multidisciplinary, and of course there's a focus on research, creation of knowledge, and with the collaborative efforts. So coming to the topic, collaborations, I mean, why collaborations? I mean, obviously I think brings in different ideas and perspective. So if we collaborate, if we work together, we can work on each other's strengths. We're always complaining of lack of resources, and I think we can pool our resources which are there. Each player can contribute something unique, and if we have a collaborative research, this further adds to the validity as well as generalizability of the findings. And this can help address from local issues to global issues. If we're doing a research in collaboration with the community, it can address the community issues. If we can take it at the global level, we can address the global issues. And of course, it addresses the societal needs and the applicability part which is there. As I've said, that I was working earlier in a small city, Belgaum, as a Vice Chancellor of the KLE University, and we can have a successful example of how this university leveraged onto the collaborative efforts for a sustainable research outputs which are there. So initially, I mean, Belgaum has a ICMR Institute of National Institute of Traditional Medicine. Initially, it was 10 years or 12 years back, and it was conceptualized. It was a regional medical center for research. In fact, they started on the KLE campus, which was there, and in small room, and then we undertook a number of projects which are there, funded projects, and importantly, I think at ICMR, I was a governing council of ICMR earlier on. They're conceptualizing of having a PhD program where ICMR does a lot of research, but they cannot award the PhD degrees. And therefore, I think it was a very symbiotic relationship with our ICMR, and we could have a PhD, joint PhD program with the ICMR, and then of course mutually beneficial and good number of projects, funded projects which had led to good publications, and of course, as I said, they were for community orientation. We had a good number of collaborations throughout the India, and I think that also yielded to very many positive results. As far as the international collaborations are concerned, again, I'd like to emphasize a couple of points that it is important. Initially, of course, we had a collaboration with University of Illinois way back in 1999, and it was initially for a joint degree in health profession educators for the capacity building. Somehow we hit the roadblock with the UGC because that degree was not in the UGC statute, and we had to maybe do it with the DHP program which is there, and then but eventually I think we wrote some projects which are there, and then they got funded, and that was about the establishment of the global network for women's health, those community-based projects. This was our earlier forays into the international collaborations. Later, with the Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, we established an India center there, and now we are known nationally and internationally for our work in maternal and newborn health. I mean, it's not just me saying it here, but it is reflected into the number of projects which are there, the number of fundings, the amount of funding that has come from all these projects, and then of course some path-breaking research or the policies which have been adopted not just by WHO but across the world. Some of the findings of the research which was generated has resulted into policy documents, guidelines for maternal and women health, and that is something which was, and this resulted into visit of the United States Secretary of Health. She was wondering as to where so many dollars in small place in India from USAID were going, and so she wanted to come, and she came for a visit to us, and then of course there's no looking back, and now we are this was about India Center. Now we are a WHO collaborating center, an ICMR center for clinical trials, and also NIH center which is there. So the point is that I think initially it was about the building confidence, writing projects, working with right kind of people, and then I think it all yielded to very positive outcomes which were there, and we were working on each other's strengths. This was the establishment, this was the WHO collaborating center. And then these are the partners with which we were working, which includes all from NIH to Gates Foundation to Medical Research Council UK, and of course some of the national partners which are there, and all of them are still working with us, and we're doing a good number of projects. So the point which I want to emphasize is that it is possible if we have right kind of intentions, if we have clarity of thought, if we have clarity of purpose, why we are doing this collaboration. Otherwise, many a times collaborations are done with international agencies for the purpose that, okay, they'll come, they'll give us some grants, or we'll be able to do some of the trials which are there, and then I think we play a secondary fiddle to them, and most of the time it doesn't work. But if you have right intentions, if you have see, this is something which is there, one of the drug which was established, developed which is there, that is a room temperature stable carbetocin. This is a uterotonic which is there, and this uterotonic which is there, earlier it was oxytocin. Oxytocin has to be stored in refrigeration, and it cannot be carried into villages. So this was the drug which was launched from our platform at KLE in 2021. And we were the pioneers, we were one of the investigators. Of course, it was developed by Merck company, but we were the primary site which was responsible for development or launch of this drug. We are also the recipient of the first Newton Bhabha Award, which was there. So I think with all this work, recognition automatically comes. We had generated a lot of grants, publications, and so on. So, and these are the policy documents. So that's something which I would really want, that I think we always are in the nature that, okay, we can't do anything, and there are limitations which are there. But I think it is possible. 2 or 3 points. I think starting early, that is, sorry. So starting early is something which is very important. I mean, of course, I'll say it is never too late, but that is something which we need to take steps. We need to initiate. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We need to start. And then, of course, important is, unless, of course, we have trust, we have confidence in each other, then only we will be able to move forward. The other points which are there important, but that's something all of us are aware about. Way forward, collaborations is the need of the hour. We need to be very clear as to what is the purpose of our collaboration, what are the priorities, and what are our strengths. Of course, we need to define the roles and responsibilities. We have to have open mind, and I think we can arrange small projects like Ideathon and so on and so forth. We need to be updated with technology. I mean, many a times I think we are, all technology, many a times we say we are technology immigrants, and we are still late to adapt to technology. So technology is something which is important, and then we need to find a partner, like-minded people. I think meetings and workshops like this certainly help in networking, certainly help in finding partners. I saw the USTM team which wants to establish collaboration with all the universities here, and if out of so many universities, if few of them materialize, it still would be a great step forward. So obviously we need to find right kind of people and with right kind of attitude, and I think that is the way to move forward. So I think that's about it, and then we'll be answering any queries that may be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now almost 1 hour into our session. In the first round, essentially everybody put out their views in their context, in their experiential field, and I think we essentially touched upon all the sub-themes in an interwoven manner. So what I would do now is, we will have one very crisp round. Each of us can summarize in 2 or 3 minutes the bottom line that we want to communicate. And then the remaining 20-25 minutes or so, or even 20 minutes, we'll leave it open for question-answer sessions. I think that's the right paradigm. So before I circulate the microphone for all other panelists, I just want to summarize my views. I really want to call a spade, our education system. Our education system is a very large system. Now, if you want to contextualize our education in the global scenario, one would say that global scenario is full of interesting challenges. All the low-lying soft problems are all solved. Now, important problems are waiting to be solved. Is the higher education system in the global scenario ready to solve it? That's the question, and in fact, that's the only question relevant. Is Indian counterpart ready to solve it? If we ask this question, we probably will get a shy answer, may or may not be. We get a shy answer because we have not still generated a very robust, innovative, fearless system of young minds. Our toddlers, our children who are very creative, go to schools and lose their creativity. They were doing nice painting in their houses. The moment they go to school, they stop painting. When they go to schools, higher schools, they become even more rigid. When they go to higher educational institutions, they almost stop thinking. In the process, we have generated products with certificates, but not with any thinking ability. This is the ground reality. Can we change it? This is the only question that we have to ask. To change it, we must realize that it's a large population. You cannot change every candidate in a large population. You can only align them. You can only align a magnet. If you create a field, magnets can be aligned. Can we create that kind of field, that kind of ecosystem where people align towards creativity, new things, doing things differently? How do we do that? In any large system, you will have 1 or 2% who become the pioneers. This is the nature of the creation. Can we generate that 1 or 2 pioneers, 1 or 2% pioneers, the Gautam Buddhas, the Mahatma Gandhis, Michael Faradays, Einsteins, Newtons, C.V. Ramans in our system? If we can generate that 1 or 2% of the pioneers, the others will align more or less. Do we have an ecosystem to generate those kind of pioneers? 1%, 2%, 3%. If we ask this question and if we come up with a model, then I think we have a solution in sight. If we fail to generate this 1 or 2% pioneers, there is no aligning force. Where does the mind really awaken? The mind awakens when the mind is growing up, when they were children, when they are in undergraduate education. Can we influence very deeply at that level? In fact, most of the Nobel Prize winning work by the Nobel laureates was conceived when they were undergraduates. They were bitten by the problems there. Can we generate an undergraduate education system where we generate people who are bitten by problems? If we can generate that, then we are generating problem solvers. If we are generating problem solvers, then we are creating job creators, new system creators. So therefore, we must impact young minds very deeply by whatever method you have. Unless we can impact them, they will not do it on their own. Ultimately, doing education, doing research, doing innovation, doing excellence is do-it-yourself exercise. Nobody will come and handhold you. You have to do it yourself. You have to learn to fail and then succeed. We have to generate an ecosystem where people have to fail many times. The fear of failure has to go away. Our system is full of fear barriers. So these are the fundamental realities. If you can start cracking it here in our universities, in our colleges, I think we have a way where we'll start creating models. In fact, pre-independent India did much better in terms of discoveries. We produced Nobel laureates in pre-independent India. We have not done that in post-independent India. Even now, per dollar spent, India does the best in terms of scientific productivity. But at the same time, per publication, we do the least innovation. The number of patents filed, per publication, we are the least in the developing world. Per dollar spent, we publish the most. So we know where the gap is. We are creating minds which are bounded by certain knowledge. They are not able to break open it. Breaking open has to start. Then per publication, we will generate a lot of innovation. And from lot of innovation, lot of societal progress will happen, lot of internationalization will happen, and lot of other things will happen. I will only summarize by one simple story that I keep telling my students. The story is the following. Famous Italian painter, a sculptor, Michelangelo, started chiseling a marble. All sculptures sculptors of that era in Florence started belittling him because he was chiseling a defective marble. People kept on mocking him. Finally, Michelangelo brought David out of that marble, the David beautiful statue. All the people who had mocked him asked him, how did you make it? That was a defective marble. Michelangelo said, it might have been a defective marble, but I saw a David in it. Can we generate Davids in our defective marble, in our ecosystem? If we generate those minds, I think the marble, however defective it may be, will end up generating Davids. And India needs Davids because global community needs India. So in some sense, we should do this for the whole world. So this essentially means we have to generate a model in our own ecosystems, little ecosystems where we impact student minds in a manner they become inspired of doing things, they become big learners on their own, they learn to learn themselves. This is the type of ecosystem we have to create in every university. If we can do that, NEP 2020 has the ingredients of doing it. If we can implement it, we will generate that 1 to 2 percentile thought leaders who can impact, and the rest will align. This is the general model I want to share with you, and I think my model is correct, and this is the only way physical universe actually aligns itself. So I have summarized, and I'll now quickly pass on to my co-panelists so that they can give their summary statements, following which will open up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I'm in full sync with you in terms of many views which you have expressed. I'll also take a minute or two only to summarize my points. Research for me and for most of us is a very wholesome term. Research obviously leads to what we call new knowledge, and knowledge leads to many things, but research can be research and development also. Earlier it was called R&D, even now it's called development. It's also consulting, where you share your knowledge. It's also testing, where you come out with what is working and what is right or what is not right. It is also problem solving. It's also product development, which is very important for societal uses. It's also what we call entrepreneurship, innovation, incubation, technology transfer. Research, of course, is connected with publications and patenting, because without that, the incremental changes will not happen. If we don't tell the world what we have achieved, they will be only reinventing the wheel. So research is a very wholesome term. And we can deliberate the whole day and still will not find unique solutions which will fit the bill in a given context or in your own institution. I'd not like to take much time, but share few bullet points which can be used to augment the research ecosystem in your institution. Number one is the rephrasing of the point which Chairman had just said. I would strongly advise that out of a class of 60 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes should be kept reserved for something what you call as why, what, when, whom, etc. All those kind of questions which are there. The questions should be centered only that. We hardly teach a student why we are teaching this subject to you. The poor guys come in the class and we start delivering the contents, and someday at 30th, 40th lecture it finishes without even knowing why he has studied that. So if you can do that, you will excite their minds with different thoughts, different applications and all that. So if you can reserve 10 to 15 minutes for all these 4 W's and 1 H and all that, I think it will be very interesting to promote research mindset. The number 2 would be, after they have done the basic level of courses, let's say after first semester, second semester or third semester, make sure that the remaining semesters of their study, in each of the semester, there is at least one course which is of research orientation, which may be of problem solving orientation, which may be of a team working to solve a problem. I think that will entail many good teaching learning activities, and also tell them and deliver them with many good attributes which are required to be successful in the research world. So second would be that you give them one open-ended research-oriented courses, and the course can itself be what you call mini project, minor project, solving a problem of industry or solving an open-ended problem of hackathon or whatever, something like that can be there. Number 3, you can possibly give them matured students to choose a track, because once a student gets a little bit mature, he knows where his interest lies. Unfortunately, we don't take them there, and once we don't take them there, the research is not going to happen. They are somehow surviving, and therefore they don't talk about research, they are just struggling to pass. So take them to their interest, allow them to change the track. Schemes like ABC does that, and we should allow that. Number 4, once they are in final or pre-final semester, entrepreneurship, innovation, they are all connected elements which are there, incubation, everything is connected. And allow them one full semester, and I will go to the extent in today's context, if required, 1 full year towards entrepreneurship. And give them a support of whatever kind needed, a delayed semester or delayed placement or whatever else may be, or if their credits can be transferred from whatever they do from entrepreneurship effort or innovation effort, please count them towards the grant of degree. I think that would be wonderful. People will start taking different tracks. Right now we are all sitting on the single track. And once, let's say, a student is about to graduate and he or she thinks about doing possibly integrated programs and all that, or you give the admissions for integrated programs, my submission is don't do it in first year. Don't do it in second year. Many institutions in previous few years probably introduce those courses so their capacity in the given set of courses increases. I think that's a wrong foundation on the students who might be willing to do something better and go to PG straight off. My take would be, and this I've learned from IIIT Hyderabad some time back, that they allow a student to choose that track either at the end of second year or third year, that they can choose an integrated track, something like that. So once you allow that, possibly you will find more students taking the path of research which is there. So there are many good, simple, doable examples well within our control. All these 5 things which I have told you are within your chair. You head the academic council, and there is nothing which can say no to this kind of a thing. No UGCs, no AICTs, no disrespect to them, but we have to be innovative enough to make sure that the research promotes. And my final word on the research is, Sir also touched almost at the end, and it's something very close to my heart, and that is the failure aspect. I would dare to ask all of you, those who are present here, that how many of you have reported your failures of research in any magazine? You didn't even think of that. But even that is new knowledge in my opinion. We should have tolerance for failures. We should have respect for failures, not only tolerance. And we should rather, I would say, celebrate failures also. And then only people will take plunge, because in India, we know that research is being looked down upon if you fail in that. And therefore, I think if we have to promote the research ecosystem, we should think of celebrating the failures of research also, as long as there is a new knowledge coming out of that. That's my view. Thank you.
Shall we go to Professor Bud Hall? Is he there? Professor Bud Hall, are you there?
Yes, he is. Bud, I'm here.
You're here. Can you come on the screen and share your final thoughts?
Yes, I'm happy to. You may want to adjust the sound. There seems to be an echo.
Your audio is very clear for us.
Okay, very good. So the challenge of our time, the big question is, as Professor Rao has said, are we ready to face the challenges of our times? Don't forget that our current global crisis has emerged under the leadership of our modern higher education graduates. So if we are to face a transformative moment in the way we understand higher education around the world, we have to be open to examining a number of challenges which face us. And I'll make a short list of these. One of the challenges is overcoming our dependence on a Eurocentric, a mono epistemic system of knowledge, thinking that that will solve all of the world's problems. It will not. It is unable. We need a multiplicity of epistemologies. A second question, if we are to respond to the call for interdisciplinarity, for a new way of working with knowledge, then we have to examine the role of the disciplinary structures. The disciplinary structures in higher education are holding us back from collaborating between engineers and sociologists and social workers and physicians and so forth. We need to break those silos. A third thing that we need to reject is the cult of ranking. The global ranking system is a system which supports some 300 or 400 universities in the world, and it calls on every university to try to become like Harvard, or Oxford or Cambridge, which is totally impossible. And it takes people away from the communities and the needs of their own societies. Third, the next point is that we need to build infrastructure for engagement, infrastructure to facilitate research engagement, student engagement, all kinds of engagement between new forms of engagement between our communities and our universities. The next point is to eliminate to come together with research, teaching, and service. Research, teaching, and service should not be separate activities. They should be conceived of and organized in ways in which they support each other. Every student is a researcher, every researcher is a teacher, and service and community and so forth. And a last thing, which is that we need to pay attention to building research capacity, not only with our students, not only in our institutions. We need to build research capacity in community organizations and structures, because unless we build research capacity within community structures, our partnerships are going to be one-sided, where domination of higher education knowledge makers will dominate over the conversations around community knowledge. So I know this is rather provocative, but that's why you can bring somebody like me in at 2:30 in the morning from Canada, because you can turn me off and I'll go away. Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful ideas. Thank you. Professor Sharma ji.
Let me very quickly summarize my final views. Looking at the undergraduate level, learning from my own experience of life, I find integration of research with teaching in the classroom, bringing the research advances that we make in our research and development projects and systems to the classroom offers a very valuable proposition to create the culture of research. Undergraduates also want freedom to learning by doing. This is something very important, and that inspires them to do research as well as to cause innovations and translate that into startups and entrepreneurship. And therefore, much greater freedom for undergraduate students for learning to do, in my opinion, is absolutely important, while at the same time integration of research at undergraduate level is also important. As far as building up the higher level of capacity for research is concerned, my own experience is that funded research coming from either our own funding agencies here or jointly with international agencies assures quality as well as relevance of research. And as the time goes by, we have to bring industry to our campus to foster meaningful research for development of our own country. And I'm sure India is sitting on a great opportunity. We have 17% population of our country compared to the rest of the world. Our GDP is around 3.5% of the world, while the next door China, they have the same share of population of 17%, and their share of world GDP is 16.5%. So we have a great opportunity of utilizing this great opportunity we have of people and engaging them into meaningful work so that economies of the scale could be created on the strength of higher education and research. Last but not the least, it's very important for us to understand that we need to incentivize, recognize, as well as reward those who are working in research. And each university has to have now a system by which you are able to create that multiplier effect by the incentives and rewards and recognition that you offer both to the research faculty as well as to the research-minded undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral student. Let me finish by saying that research is not for a career. Most of the time I ask my PhD scholars, why are you doing research? They say, I want to be a professor or a vice chancellor. None of them ever say that I want to solve a problem which my suffering humanity, for the suffering humanity here in India or outside. Very often you find people not able to say that I want to solve the problem of traffic congestion which Delhi has, or the problem of the wastewater that is directly flowing into the river streams of the. So we need to also sensitize our research community within the university that research is not merely for a career, it is for a larger collective good of the humanity, and career will always be taken care of. So if you are a good researcher, you will become a vice chancellor one day. You will become a managing director of an industry. But that cannot be your immediate goal when you carry out research for doctoral level in the university. This kind of change we need to require, and I'm sure my learned vice chancellors are quite capable of causing this major shift that we need to now ensure that India marches and cruises on the pathways of research for development for our nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very well put. Professor Saoji to conclude his thoughts.
Well, I think a lot has been said and I don't need to really add anything more. All learned vice chancellors are here. My only one sentence, one mantra which I follow in our university is each one teach one. So if each one person is able to influence another person, and that's how I think we'll be able to grow the tribe. And it's not everyone's cup of tea, but actually the ones who are there, if they are able to take this, and in the larger context of university, if one university, say Bharati Vidyapit is wanting to tie up with IITs or is with Shastra or with any other university, I think we should be able to identify and work together. So I think that's the one thing which I would want to say. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. We have about maybe 15-20 minutes left. We are the last session, so we have some luxury of stretching it. I wish the hall were full of students so that they can ask us all kinds of questions. Now, in the absence of students, we have other students here. All of us are students. So if we can open up for some lively debate, that would add color to this important session. Please.
I am Ramesh Goyal, Vice Chancellor of Delhi Pharmaceutical Science and Research University. See, the research is basic or applied. In the era of innovation, startup, incubations and all, and what Dr. P.V. Sharma ji told, very aptly collaborating with the industry and all, that is applied research. What about this basic research? Like Raman spectrum, discovered in early 20s, late 28, and the Nobel Prize was given. But applications came after 20 years, and even the Nobel Prize came late. Normally, Nobel Prizes also come quite late after the discovery is made. So this time, patience for everyone, whether it is a Vice Chancellor, whether it is for teacher, whether it is for government, to see this time gap, what should we do, and is it a healthy trend to ignore the basic research, or can we design some parameters, forget about the STEM, the science and technology, but like H-index, impact factor, all these things are there, defined by US and other countries. We are following it. To define, to enumerate, incentivize, everything we are facing that. Can we not design similar thing for the area wherein you cannot have such indices in other subjects, like even commerce or in that, it is not available. I mean, like there are some of the areas like that. Can Asian countries or like AIU can come forward to do this? These are the two specific questions Dr. Sancheti or Dr. anybody can ask.
I'll take some of the parts of the questions. First question is, of course, there are applications of science which will happen. But what about the basic sciences, the curiosity-driven sciences, the Raman effect science? Raman effect began because the sky was blue, the ocean was blue. Raman wanted to understand why this blue color. That was a curiosity thing. He never dreamt of any applications. In fact, Raman effect has impacted almost every branch of science in application. He never thought about that. So curiosity is the mother of science. That is what we need to promote at as young an age as possible. Now, in terms of social sciences and other hard sciences, that separation. The separation we have created. In the knowledge zone, everything is interwoven. So by creating these boundaries, we are actually creating more barriers. So in NEP 2020 model, we need to sort of blunt these barriers, remove these barriers as much as possible so that the knowledge seamlessly flows. But of course, we have to generate an ecosystem for it. It is a large challenge which all of us have to work towards. There is a general answer, but specific answer. The devil is actually in the details. At the level of ground, when we work as vice chancellors, we have to implement these at the ground level in a contextual manner. If my friends want to add.
Just wanted to say straight away that today we are in an age where the barrier between basic and applied has truly disappeared. I would even go and say that the barrier between science and engineering has also disappeared. They have to work together. You cannot have science without keeping in mind what it will ultimately result into. Likewise, you cannot develop technologies of the kind that you require today without leaning to science. So likewise, do not get totally worried about basic and applied. Do research and you will find that basic will automatically come out of it if you are going into deep research, and immediate application will ensure you the kind of satisfaction that you will get that at the end of the day somebody is able to use my work. It is this kind of approach that is very much required. Some of us, of course, are engaged seriously into basic research. I myself was. Today I find after 30 years my work which I did at IIT Delhi is becoming more relevant because maybe it was ahead of time at that time. So basic research is all right, but you cannot lead a nation like India merely on the strength of basic research. So my submission is let your 90% focus be on applied research, keeping an end in mind and solution research, and spin off from it Raman effect and those basic things which will again create tremendous amount of applications for the coming generations.
I have a short answer, Goel Saab, for you. And certainly we should not differentiate the fundamental research or industrial or social or relevant research. One thing can feed to another one. You gave the example. I think optical fibers have the same example. The Nobel came much later. Inventions happened in mid-30s. And it's the game changer for the world. We would not have been sitting here without such things. I would say that if we differentiate, we'll be losing what we call multidisciplinarity. Intradisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity. These are all products of applying one knowledge or one domain of knowledge to another one. And therefore, we should not be doing much of differentiation. Whatever suits you should be followed is a simple rule and should be supported also. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yes, respected Chair. On this side. Do you have a national research agenda for the country? If it is yes, kindly enlighten us. If it is no, what is the way out?
National research agenda.
For the nation, yes.
For the nation. It's a very good question. I don't think country has formally announced any national research as agenda. Research has always been part of education system. If one were to sort of draw up a national research agenda, that national research agenda would start from primary schools, where we have to teach these children about how the world the way it is. We have to explain them the science around them. We have to make them curious minds. Absolutely bottom up. But and then ultimately the bloom will come. This is where we are failing very seriously, because we are focusing on rote learning very early on. And therefore, by the product of rote learning, we generate students who have stopped thinking. When mind stop thinking, nothing really will come out. So we really have to do it very, very diligently. And Indian minds are inquisitively analytical, intrinsically. But somehow we are losing it. For the size of the country, we should have generated a lot more innovators.
Because my concern was basically once we have a national agenda, definitely there will be a what you call matching funding also, and there are the priorities also. And accordingly, people can align, like to rightly mention about there has to be a field so that people can align with it. And agenda will set the tone for basically creating for that field. That was my understanding about it.
If we have outstanding people, the funding will come.
That's there.
We are not limited by funding. We are limited by outstanding minds.
How to really go about it? Can we debate onto this particular forum, how AIU can contribute into this, or as individual, how we should go about in creating that ecosystem?
So can I answer your question partly? I'm not sure on the national research agenda, because as I said, research is a very, very big term, and can it be, bounded by some sort of outlines called this is research and this is not research or agenda. So we leave it. But there are national missions on research, whether it's on information security or whether it's smart materials or whether it is IoT, various things. I belong to electronics, so some of those are known to me and my institutions, and I've been part of that. And those missions are driving, but you can say they are far and few. They are not as many as you'd want, or they are not tapping all the people who can potentially contribute to it. That we understand. So research scaling is a different problem. But research should not be bounded by what you call as a document called ye ho gaya hai aur isliye ab research ho raha hai. I think that would be a very limited approach.
And NEP is talking about that there's a foundation for this which is going to fund the thing. Unless there's an agenda matching to the objectives, then how it is going to serve the purpose as has been stated there?
Yeah, Professor Mudgil, you asked a very pertinent question. Really speaking, we do not have research agenda, but surely the nation can throw before us certain research challenges which we need to meet. For example, if I give a challenge of the kind that design a solar cell of 98% efficiency rather than 18% as of today, through this challenge, put some funding, let the universities carry out research. If we succeed, you will lead the world in terms of solar energy, because currently we are hanging around 18% of the solar cell efficiency. Put another agenda that I want to create waste from the wastewater, precious metals and heavy metals which are otherwise destroying my water of the holy rivers, and those who engage into this research will put some. So I think the idea of solar, national research agenda is a good idea. We have to identify the immediate priorities as well as future visions, and accordingly coin, of course, the national priorities for research. This is something, of course, for the government of India, but AIU certainly can initiate a dialogue with the government to quantify each year certain research challenges and give that to the universities along with the funding, competitive funding for this. This will do wonders. This happens, in fact, around the world. The National Science Foundation of America each year comes out with certain research challenges which it would like people to respond to from the university system. We can, of course, do it from our university. Yes.
Can I add something?
I just want to pick from where Professor Bud Hall actually left. He mentioned a very key terminology called community knowledge. So that's made me to think and make a provocative statement. What I'm going to say is about the way in which we have built a wall between universities on one side and what's actually happening in the community on the other side. We have not asked an academic, PhD, publications, patents, and all of that, what you have done. But on the other hand, those who are in the community with no formal education, they have done so much, but we have dwarfed their efforts and asked them what you have studied. Now, how are we going to remove this wall? If I'm wrong, please correct me. If I'm correct, how can, maybe AIU or many other universities be policy agents to make sure that research transcends beyond conventional boundaries, that it goes and interacts more with community, because I see the community as an open air university which already has solutions to some of the problems that we have. Have we actually leveraged community knowledge that much? Or is this IKS that we are talking about is a first step towards that, then how can we leverage that?
Amar Garg, Vice Chancellor, Shobit University, Meerut. Should I?
Maybe we can respond to this question first and then move on. Badhal, are you there? Can you, do you want to?
Yes.
Please, would you want to? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for that question. I think that that's a fundamental question. And if we can begin to understand what lies behind the different knowledge cultures in the academy and the knowledge cultures which exist in communities, in organizations where people in their daily lives are trying to make their lives better, it will give us ideas about the type, about how to bridge the gap, because we talk about knowledge as though it's understood in the same way in community as it is in our own world. We know in the academy what knowledge is, we know how we validate it, we know how we use it. There's a mode of academic knowledge production which we know and understand, and all of you in this room are probably experts in it. But communities, they understand knowledge and they use knowledge and they validate knowledge and they take action upon knowledge in different ways. There is a different knowledge culture. And so one of the challenges is to come to understand the differences in how knowledge is understood and used in different settings. The second thing I would say is that I am aware that the UGC has been supporting over this last year a series of workshops with the universities around India around the introduction of courses on community university engagement. That is the first. It's the first national kind of structural intervention of that nature that I've seen in any country in the world. So you're doing something important there. And I think that there are many ways in which we could reimagine how our university could serve our community. And I would suggest the place to ask is to start asking in the community. Ask them, what would they like to see? What kind of interaction? How can we turn our way of working around so that it serves, we end up working with community and not for community or not on behalf of community.
Sir Vaidya Subramaniam, the problem you mentioned about the community knowledge to be acquired and used and propagated and amplified, I think is something very important. And yes, we have not been doing it effectively, fully agreed. But just to give you an example of what was attempted somewhere in early 2000 was a thing called GIAN, Grassroots Innovation Augmentation Network, which was basically to pick such threads from various parts of the country and then bring them to the fore and then help them do whatever further is required. Professor R.A. Mashelkar, Professor Gupta from IIM Ahmedabad, various people were involved in this, various chapters were started. I think the message for me with your question would be that under the IKS, whatever we teach, learn, do, deliver, we should have a GIAN-like setup within our own respective institutions where we pick these things and then promote that. That would be something, a worthwhile effort to promote that. Thank you.
It's a very, just give one minute answer to this very important question. This is a consequence of a design problem of initial conditions, where for the last 200 years or so, where the universities are in existence, they are set up as physical entities. sort of immiscible entities from the communities, and therefore university is touch me not entity. This is how we have been functioning. Design problem. But imagine 40, 50 years from now, where quantum computing becomes a reality, communication speeds go million times faster than today. It is very likely that such physical universities may have to disappear. There will be knowledge space easily available with very rapid communication speeds, and therefore the physical universities will become community universities when technology takes over. This is a consequence of a design, I think.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, can I say something? You know, I could read the theme, creating an ecosystem for research and excellence. Now, I'm very happy that the chairman has said regarding curiosity of minds in the students. Curiosity of minds is basically which gives you the research. Now, if we see, there are two, Professor Sharma has said, fourth industrial revolution and fifth industrial. I don't know what is fifth industrial revolution. Probably he may be adding sustainable goal developments with them. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I know about the fourth industrial revolution. So, what are the challenges and how to create that? I want to know from you how to create that curiosity, sir. Because the way the conditions, the assessment conditions, the accreditation systems, what they are giving us, people are writing 4 chapters. You have to write 4 chapters and 4 research papers in 1 year. So where is mind? Where is curiosity? It is just a, you are thrusting upon people something that you have to do it. I agree with you that, we have to see, Modi ji has very well said that live in the lab, lives live in the lab, land and lab. He has talked about that. But that creativity has to only come through curiosity of minds. And how to bring that curiosity to the students is my question.
Sir, short answer to this very important question. Let children start asking questions. Let parents stop them from, or let parents stop snubbing them. Let the students start ask all kinds of questions. Let the fearlessness come up. If that is the ecosystem we can generate, curiosity will come. It's a simple trick, but we need a culture change there. This is a short answer.
I agree with that, sir. But the knowledge being given by the teachers and the students, sir. Sir, please listen to me. The knowledge given by the way even professor who was from foreign, he also said that we need knowledge and we need engagement of the student, we need engagement of the community. So how that has to be brought about, and the teacher and the teaching community has to first create that ecosystem for research. That is lacking, sir, and how to go about it, my question is that simply by asking a student that ask will not happen. We have to plan for some challenges. For example, we know that there are problems for sustainable development goals. We know there are problems with the fourth industrial revolution. We know we have a huge data now. Through the AI and ML and data analytics, we can do a lot. But those kind of curiosity questions, who will bring about? These are the teachers, faculty, and they don't have time, I think, so for these things.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have only few suggestions, not questions.
Sure.
One thing is what Chairman was talking about, creating an academic environment. Now, we have been able to create a teaching environment, but we have not been able to create a research environment. I think that's very, very important. And students should be motivated, even maybe at the graduate level or at the postgraduate level, they should be encouraged to do research. And more important aspect, scholarships, fellowships, particularly for poor students. I think that's a very important aspect. Even hostel facilities also should be provided for those type of students who are not able to take up research activities because of their poverty. So more research scholarships, fellowships, hostel facilities, and the society, social system, democratic system, and community system should be able to get the benefits of the research. The society should be able to get the social welfare, economic welfare, community welfare ultimately is very, very important. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll take that last question and conclude. Is that
Amar,
okay?
Amar Garg, Vice Chancellor,
Yes,
Shobit
please.
University, Meerut. I have some suggestions. In fact, whenever we want to do any research in any research organization, DST sponsored lab or something like that, then it is very difficult for the common man to access these facilities. So my suggestion is that the common facilities lab, at least at district or at least at a distance of the 200 kilometers, should be developed where any research scholar can do the high-ended research what is required for. Because every university cannot develop the high-ended research equipment they cannot afford. The second thing is that what we are lacking, that we are working in isolation, industries are working in isolation. Both are having the trust deficit. They don't want to share their problems and their difficulties and their things with the academia, and academia doesn't want. So we should develop such type of the system that the academia and the industry both should have at least 15 days, 2 weeks to 4 weeks spent at each other institution, at each other's industry, so that we can have a more trust building exercise so that the research can strengthen. Third point is that industries, when they do the quality test, these quality tests should be parallelly allowed and should be taken into consideration at the university level also, so that the double check is allowed and the public will also get the benefit, students will also be trained, and a research environment will be developed. We are doing the same thing at Shobit University, and I have seen during the last 5 years that there is a tremendous change in the mindset of the pupil, mindset of the small industries, and mindset of the research scholars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In NEP 2020, we are actually moving in that direction, the suggestion that you have made. Yes, sir.
Sir, hello. Actually, the research, minor research, major research is also at the graduation level if it is a 4-year graduation. 3 years graduation and 4-year graduation. 4-year graduation with minor research. Then after PG, they can also do the research work. So is there any difference or the distinction, any syllabus, okay, for if there is a honors for the 4-year, and what they will do, which type of research they will do, and at the graduation level. And after PG, if they join the degree, naturally they will get the PhD degree. And but if they are doing the research at graduation level, and what is there any syllabus or any distinction mark between these two type of research at graduation level and the PG level? Just I want to know it.
As far as I am concerned, nothing prevents you in the university to go beyond even your own curriculum which you have designed, to take on board the interest of the students in minor area or major area of research, and even go give them the research problems right in the first year. This is what exactly happening around the world in the great universities. Their idea is to see that students are excited to engage themselves in doing something meaningful. Research is not merely for publication or for career, as I said. It is research for society, research for the nation, research for solving the present problems, research for meeting the aspirations of the global community and global challenges. So you have a lot to do. Give that freedom for students to engage into research of the kind which they would like to do. Give them credit, if not inside the curriculum, even outside the curriculum, if you can. Professor Sir.
Hey, we at the law schools have a different model. And the model is that catch them young. When the students take admission in the law school, in the very first year for 1 month, they have a library placement where they are informed about what are the primary sources, secondary sources, how to find law, how to find case law, and how to do research. Then every, say, for example, if there are 60 students, every student is given a research project, and he or she has to be guided by a teacher. So when they pass out of the law schools in 10 semesters, the students have done 50 research projects which they present in the classroom. There are 60 marks for the examination and 40 marks for the projects. So when they are in the 4th year, 5th year, they do seminar papers. With the result that when the students are in the 5th year, they start producing their own journals, research journals. They publish inside, they also publish outside India. And that's the reason that we produced 2 Rhodes Scholars in a span of 7-8 years. I was at AIU Delhi earlier. As far as the faculty is concerned, we promote and motivate faculty through research centers. Depending on the expertise of the teacher, we say, okay, you take up this particular area where you have interest in the research, and the university initially will promote you. And then after that, they get into ministries, they get into UGC or ICSR or abroad, and that's the reason I will give you just one example, the death penalty clinic, which was mentioned by the United Nations recently, the kind of work AIU Delhi is doing. So my idea is that we should start early and nurture research in the students from the very beginning.
The point is well taken, sir. Law is the perfect example, but this can be done in all disciplines. Really speaking, behavioral science can do it, social work can do it, social sciences can do it, even political science course can do it. Engineering and technology, of course, and sciences can do it very well. So there is no limit to what we can really achieve through this. But remember one thing, every single penny that we spend on research in our university is coming from the pocket of the people. And therefore, we have to ask this fundamental question always, whether my research is going to benefit my people here in India, whose money I am utilizing. Whether my research is going to foster and make my government succeed in the missions which they have chartered. Whether my research will create the kind of future which I want to envision for myself and the coming generation. Such like fundamental questions should always be there. Just one point I thought is of value to AIU. In countries abroad, they have germinated the research ecosystem on the strength of what they call postdoctoral fellowships. And unfortunately, here in India, PDFs were missing even in the IITs where I have worked or in the central universities. So today is the right time where you could recognize the value and worth of postdoctoral fellowship for ensuring the continuity of the research. Even many of the scientists who are desirous to return from abroad with postdoctoral fellowships, you can utilize them as the catalyst of change. In our Amity University, we have more than a dozen Ramalinga Swami Fellow. Many of them have returned from abroad with tremendous amount of ideas and inspiration to work in areas which are so important for the humanity here and world at large. So all these areas, in my opinion, are important. Postdoctoral fellowship is very, very important for the university to grow in eminence and research. And if we don't do it, we will do research and somebody else will benefit outside the India, in fact, from the work which we do, because our research would largely be focused on publications and impact factors and citations and things of the kind. It will not focus on what the government of India wants research for development for our nation. So these are some of the strategic departures which we need to call. Policy framework in this regard is very much required. I wrote to the Prime Minister, in fact, when NEP was being formulated as the President of AIU, I said, give to the nation not less than 10,000 postdoctoral fellowship to solve the problem of future research-oriented faculty for the university. But luckily we got 500, in fact, announced in the NEP, which is a good beginning. Utilize that and even capitalize it further in our universities further. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, we have we have really overrun the time. We have really overrun the time. What we will do?
No, I don't have the question. I just want to suggest the organizer that important lectures have been given by the panelists or the speakers, and beware the listeners, the Vice Chancellor who have come from the different corner of the country. Sir, on this occasion, I would like to suggest one thing, that important lectures must be given in writing or in paper at the last day, so that we will be very much fruitful, because we don't have any record and we don't have given chance to speak on the dais. So that's why you have given the suggestion, the panelists lecture must be distributed among the Vice Chancellor so that we can take the maximum advantage of your important lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Professor
I have
Venu,
no-
sir, yours is the last question.
Sir,
No,
I have no question. I have no question.
Okay.
But I have one suggestion. A very pertinent and very important issue which this young gentleman, young-looking gentleman, the Vice Chancellor has raised, and that is of the research agenda. Unless and until every nation has a research agenda, you are not going to achieve what you want to achieve. Like industry, if you see, they have an agenda. They know after 4 years what kind of product they need to come out of. We also should have, and therefore, AIU is a body of intellectuals. And if AIU is a body of intellectuals, then these intellectuals should push the agenda, create a public policy document, and give it to the Government of India so that we are participating in the developmental process of this nation. That is what my suggestion is. No question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Professor Rao.
Yes.
My name is Raj Tripathi. I am from British Council. I wanted to draw the attention of panel on the early career researcher strand of research. We are, as a nation, we churn a lot of PhDs, and also postdocs are also going very, very well. But I think what we are realizing is the caliber of the PhDs that come out in Indian institutions needs to be improved. So is there any kind of sustained effort from the academic leaders, a room full of education leaders? Do we have a sustained approach towards creating a framework by which we produce high quality PhDs from an academic perspective? I mean, we talked about the philosophical part of it, we talked about the relevant part of it, we talked about the industry and academic back and forth linkages. But I think I would like to sort of draw some thoughts from the eminent panel in terms of how do we strengthen the quality of PhD students and postdoc students that come out of our institutions. Is there a kind of a vision that we are looking at?
Actually, I'll have a short comment on that. Well, I think, if we want to have as many policies, we can have as many policies. But actually, do we want to stifle all the creativity? Why should we have policies for each and everything? I mean, what PhD should be doing, what he or she should not be doing. I think leave it to the wisdom. And I think the integrity part which is there, which if it is not there, then whatever research you do, whatever high quality, low quality, it doesn't matter. So it's matter of integrity, individual approach which is there. Otherwise, policies will stifle us down. On one hand, we say that we have little too many policies and it's all prescriptive. On other side, we are saying that we need policies, guidelines. So we need broad frameworks, and within these frameworks, we should work on. This is, of course, my personal view.
Sir, this is Professor Krishnan Bhaskar, IIIT Manipur. Yeah, but it's a wonderful interaction, both from the panelist and also the participant. And
Can you be very crisp, because we are really running very late. We have to wrap it up now.
Yes, sir.
This is the very last comment.
Yes,
Please.
sir.
Yeah.
The research ecosystem in the country is getting better and better, no doubt about that. But when you look at the Western policies like European Union and Japanese system, whenever they want to develop a technology, for example, today we are focusing on semiconductor research and technology to augment our IT information technology as a devices. But we should have a consortium of group of industries, for example, a couple of universities and an industry working on a specific problem, so that 3 or 4 groups in the country work and then come up with a deliverable. I think if we work in that line, definitely we will see a distinctively a deliverable and a product within 2 to 3 years. Because we always say that we miss the semiconductor bus, but at least the government of India and the Prime Minister keep on talking about the semiconductor. It's a high time that we form a consortium groups in the country working on specific problems, not only one group, 2 or 3 groups working on a specific problem, so those share the knowledge and come up with a good device out of that research. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All the suggestions that have came.
Hello.
all the suggestions that have come out, industry academia linkage, and
I just want to say one thing, sir. Yeah, we're talking about the ecosystem for research and excellence. You have talked about the Raman and you talked about the Nobel Prizes before independence. It's true that time the sky was not blue. आकाश नीला था. यदि हम इकोसिस्टम को करना है तो हमें अपनी रिसर्च को इस लेवल तक ले जाना है कि स्टूडेंट जो है अपनी मदर टंग में सोच सके, तभी हम क्यूरियोसिटी जगा सकेंगे. आकाश नीला है, मैं सोचता हूं नीला क्यों है. यदि मैं सोचता हूं स्काई इज ब्लू, then I think that the Britisher had told me that sky is blue and they know already why it is blue, so why should I think about it? So that is the thing I should see, that we have a NEP where we say we can teach in our language, so that essentially will mean that we can have our research in also in our own language where we can think better.
Thank you. I think we really saw a very good collection of wonderful ideas, and most of these ideas are actually being implemented, but only in bits and pieces. Because our national GDP that goes into science and technology has remained stagnant, 0.7, 0.8%. If we can scale it up, I think all these ideas can actually be scaled up. The PMRF fellowship, the Young Investigator Fellowship, industry academia linkage, and public partnerships, all these are happening, but at a scale that is less than optimum for the size of the country. So thank you very much for all these wonderful discussions and dialogues. I want to congratulate and thank you all my panelists. And now we will declare that this session has come to an end. But before we disperse away, I have one announcement. The announcement is a very important announcement. Those vice chancellors who have agreed to sign an MOU with Meghalaya Science and Technology University, please stay behind, because there is an official work to be done about MOU signing. So therefore, I request all those vice chancellors to stay behind and take care of that MOU process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Basudha J. Rao, Professor Sandeep Sacheti, Dr. Vivek Sauji, Professor P.V. Sharma, and Professor Budhal for chairing this session. As already announced, we have come to the auspicious moment of signing of MOU with those universities who has expressed their interest. The other honorable vice chancellors may kindly proceed for the high tea and may also stay back if you are interested in witnessing this auspicious moment, or else you may please proceed for the high tea which has been served outside. Thank you, and I request the honorable vice chancellors who had expressed their interest in signing their MOU to kindly stay back.